got the roots, let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
We live from the boxing section, you dusty ass niggas. What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going on? Yeah, we back again, man. A little late start. You know, fucking my boy Fred over there at the barbershop conversations, man. But we here now. We ready to go. Another fight week. Beck is finna get in. Bone Quee, man. What's going on with you, big dog? Getting down this week. Hopefully, me and Box Talk can link up and get to that fight. You feel me? Shout out to my boy Mexico, man. Stinking ass Mex. Funky motherfucker.
¡Viva la México!
Mexico!
Yo, what's good, yo, Nilla wafer ass motherfucker? I hate you.
Nothing much, you fat fuck. What's going on?
Oh, bro.
Man, that shit, boy.
Hey, Captain Race Base slid through again, nigga. He strikes again. Hey, we was having a good throwback, you know what I mean? A little throwback day, watching some old shit, you feel me? And he just slide through with the nonsense, bro. Like, we actually all could have got along as blacks and whites and others just watching some good old boxing, man. You know what I'm saying? And here he comes. Dun, 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 dun.
Shout out to Josh, Kev, to our boys. Man, I don't even know where the fuck the race shit even came from, dog.
Hey, Michael Fuller's so black, even the NAACP of Black Panthers are like, hold on, Playboy. Hold on, Playboy. It don't got to be everything.
Listen, bro, nobody called all of them called a crackhead, bro.
I did. But nobody called black people crackheads. Like the fuck? I called him crackhead because he smoked crack. He's the one that said he smoked crack. Shit. This dude said, but I've called black people crackheads. What the fuck is he talking about, bro?
That's what I'm talking what's about. Up with it, bro?
Can't let shit like that slide, bro. It's crazy that more people have a problem with the response than the actual perpetrator, bro. It's just crazy to me. That's just crazy. Hey, that's it.
What's up with it, bro?
This shit that be pop. This shit that be popping this line. They feel like they can walk up to you out of nowhere when you just, you know, at the park with your kids, and they can walk up and slap you. But then if you beat the shit out of them, they're like, hold on, man. Like, nah, bro, you popped it off. You can't be mad at how I responded. Or you can't slap someone and be like, hey, man, I just wanted to come slap you. I ain't trying to fight. I'm going to go home. Like, what? What you mean, dog? And then you saw what happened. Motherfucker want to wait until everybody off the panel to come back on and pop again. And then Deacon want to go last so you just get the last word with his fucking punk-ass speech of whatever the fuck you was talking about.
Nigga, like, I was falling asleep the whole shit, boy.
Oh, bro. You should have known as soon as he said, nah, I'm not going first this time. I'm going to go last. So I know it's coming out. That's why when I got off, I was like, yeah, you know, let them talk whatever shit they about to talk after this because you know that's what it came for. Motherfuckers never want to say shit to everybody's face, bro. They always want to run off. But if somebody's strong enough or not scared enough to talk back to them, all of a sudden, it might want to run off. I will say this. At least Deke can stay on and hold it, you know, well, at 50-50. Sometimes Deke can take off too. But lately, he's been staying on and Dylan taking the smoke. So I can respect that at least. But
man, Man, that motherfucker Jerry, boy. Jerry think he's slick. Jerry be on their ass. Jerry think he fucking slick. He be trying to play that victim shit, but nigga, he be on their ass, though, nigga. He be throwing hella jabs and shit like tonight. Clearly, Deacon 305 was trying to take their relationship to a different place, nigga. He did not allow it.
Fuck that. I don't want it up either. You can't, because here's the thing. How the fuck is it that those two men get to run every narrative and how they decide, okay, look, today we're gonna talk hella shit about you, but I apologize about that shit. So we ain't gonna stop. Nah, bro, you don't get to decide when someone's over you disrespecting them. You don't get to decide that shit, bro. And the thing is, like, me and Jerry deal with two different kinds, because obviously he's white and I'm just not black, I guess, according to them, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So but we both deal with the same shit as far as, like, that's why I said it's very hypocritical that the people who want to talk the most about mistreating people based on race are the people that mistreat people based on race the most. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. Backsuck out, I'm definitely a little glitchy tonight, dog. I don't know what the fuck I've been up to. I don't know what I've done to deserve this type of internet. What's hella fucking cold, raining, and windy out here, though. So that's probably what the deal is.
It's ugly out here right now, yeah. It's raining like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I should probably turn my camera off, huh?
Nah, you look cool.
Hey, Box Talk, if you're not too busy, buddy, if you want to, hop on the panel, have some fun with this guy,
If you're done with your super soakers, buddy, slide through.
Come on, see, God, Megs, what is your issue,
raining.
Man?
I think it's raining. It's soaking out there. What the fuck?
Man, let me go ahead and get these drops set up.
You ain't never played in the rain when you was a kid, man. It was the best of times, dog. I had to play with no shirt on.
You had no home.
Nah, that was after. House, that was when I was a teenager. I still be clubbing in the rain, though. I used to go to Mexico in the rain because I was like, fuck it, the club's inside.
Hey, this passport, man. We're going to Tijuana this year, bro. I heard they got some nice stuff out there.
I need to get a passport too because I'm trying to go to Egypt or some shit. Either Egypt, Turkey, or Greece, or like my last.
Bro, you're not going to Egypt, nigga. You couldn't even acknowledge and appreciate some fucking art on the wall.
Shut that shit up, man. That was at the Luxor, bro. I'm trying to go to the real Egypt, bro. Like, the fuck. I appreciate some hieroglyphics.
That shit was dope though, bro. I love architecture. Let me get this shit. Hold on. You can hear me though, right? You hear me good and shit?
Oh yeah. You're fine.
All right, let me just do this.
What's up, man? Where everybody at tonight, man? You can't go, man. Hey, yeah, I've heard good things about Turkey. I heard the American dollar goes a long way in Turkey and Greece, and I heard that you can get some really nice hotels, some real nice, a nice time for a cheap amount of money. Obviously, other than the flight, but yeah. So I'm looking. I've heard Turkey, Greece, but just like my heart really want to go to Egypt because I've always been interested in the pyramids and just that type of shit, man, since I was young. So but.
Oh man, hold on, man. We've been graced. Hold on, we've been graced, brother.
Who is it? Who's back?
Ambiguity that I feel never justifies itself. There's always the pungent odor of life's constipation that surreptitiously conflicts with the detrimental instability hitherto 468. Who do we appreciate? Hey, come on, man. We supposed to be brothers.
Let's go, my guy.
What up? Salute to y'all. What up, TBS? What up, Max? What's the word?
What up, E-Dub?
Hey, Max, you get into trouble, bro? What you done started, man? Did I miss something?
Man. I ain't started nothing.
What happened?
Brandon.
I ain't started nothing.
Listen, Brandon.
Your boy did.
Listen, Brandon. The thing is, people can't figure out a way to coexist without bringing up race. That's what it comes.
Who you telling? Hey, I'm the wrong dude to be talking to about that. I'm not good. I ain't gonna lie.
No. If we talking about boxing, we talking about other shit that might come up. But tonight, dog, was fucking crazy, and the show was long as shit too. Deacon 305. He get to go on its own.
Yeah, I miss Deacon. How Deacon doing? He still mad at Max?
Man,
Nah, tonight it wasn't really nothing between me and him. He was more so sticking up for Mike, and I wasn't having it because Mike's a fucking fake ass motherfucker. So,
Oh
you know,
my God! It was one of them kind of shows.
yeah.
Oh, man, I
oh,
don't
but
even
And,
go over.
let
and
me
Mike,
tell you,
Mike took
Brandon.
his ball and ran off again. He ran home again, but they want to hop on when everybody got off. That's some coward shit. That's what I'm talking about, bro.
It started off very nice, though. It started off very, very nice.
Oh yeah, dog. We were grooving. It was whites, blacks, and others in one room, and nobody was killing nobody. You know what I'm saying? We was all just appreciating boxing and Lance Lewis and Oliver McCall. We was talking about the storyline, and then Mike just popped in with some race shit off top, bro. It had nothing to do with what we was talking about.
Mike sound like some shit I be doing, but I ain't gonna lie. I've gotten into it with Jerry before behind that stuff, but me and Jerry got to understand, and I think once you get an understanding with people and people see where you coming from, then I think we coexist. But we all rub up against each other at first. You know what I mean? But once you see where a person coming from and see how a person think, and you see that it's not any malice, because most of the time it ain't. It's just that we don't understand each other. That's what I think. But I don't think it comes from a place of hatred unless I pinpoint it and I'm gonna call it out for what it is.
Oh, there's definitely some hate in motherfuckers' heart. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah, I
cool.
know, I know, I know.
It's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't here for everybody. Everybody ain't here for me. I ain't really tripping on that. But that's what I talk about. Is like, I've been on here for this past year with a lot of y'all. I've been, we didn't have our back and forth with many people on these panels. So being that I've pretty much, probably at least had some type of verbal altercation with almost everybody on here, I can see how people handle that shit. And my thing is, I just like real people, bro. Whether I agree or not, I'd rather have someone be genuine who they are instead of just faking the funk, bro. And then later, when the pressure on, their true colors really come out on who the fuck they are. And it's just like when people show you who they are, you gotta believe them. So I'm just not with the fake
Yeah,
shit, bro. And that motherfucker ain't my fucking leader. He ain't my OG. And everybody on here be sucking his dick like, oh, Mike Fuller, he got degrees. Oh, he know what he's talking about. Nah, motherfucker fake as fuck,
you know
bro.
what I think though. What I think is Mike. What you? I think this the aspect you probably missing when it comes to Michael Fuller. What it is he tries to be. I think the person that he wants to be, that's the person that he projects out front on YouTube. But probably the person that he is probably the person that y'all see when y'all get mad. So I believe that that's something, that's a duality that I hate to say this, I don't want to turn into the race, that black people got to deal with because we got to code switch a lot. And we would like to be the person that you see at work, but we not though. Most of us are not. When we go home, we take that fucking mask off, and a lot of us, Mex, we work in corporate America. We don't know how to deal with that shit, and I'm gonna be honest, we won't admit that to ourselves. And when you calling stuff out like that, it's we don't like that. So I think that's what it's a part of too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I
That
mean
we
we all fuck up. We all say some shit, maybe we regret sometimes and here and there. And it's okay to fuck up and apologize, but like they say, best apology is change behavior. So if someone apologizes to me as a man, I'll take their word for it the first time. As long as it don't happen again. But when I get the same apology over and over, or I get the same violation over and over, then you're not really sorry about shit. And when you motherfuckers come on here literally looking for people to start shit with, bro, like that's the thing, bro. It's like on some it's on some you gonna eat your cornbread type of shit, man. Like, you know what I mean? You ain't just gonna walk over here and start, yo, what y'all talking about? Boxing? Well, let me tell you something that has nothing to do with the fuck you talking about, it has to do with race. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like at least some people on here are slick enough to take the subject we're talking about and twist it in the race. This motherfucker say, yeah, he even told Jerry says he said, yeah, anyway, bro, like he just totally dismissed everything he said, just talking about some race, bro. And I'm like, homie, nobody talking about
yeah.
that shit over
Who
here,
was
bro.
talking about race?
Huh?
Who was talking about race? Jerry.
Mike. No, okay, Pete this. We were all watching Lennox Lewis and Oliver McCall, right? We're watching the first fight when he knocked out Lennox Lewis. We watched the second fight when that dude, Oliver McCall wasn't fighting and started crying and shit, right? Then we watched the interview where Oliver McCall was talking about, what happened that fight. And he was talking about how, he used to smoke crack and he get off to 2012. So we going like, this had nothing to do with race, bro. We're just talking about this event, the fight, like Lennox Lewis, Oliver McCall. Michael Ford hop on. We're like, all right, cool. And then right away, he's like, yo, I want to talk about something
Wait,
y'all was
ain't
talking
both
about
of them
yesterday.
black? Wait, ain't both of them black? I just want to make sure I ain't tripping. Ain't
Yeah,
all of
yeah,
them called
yeah,
black? Oh,
yeah,
okay, cool.
yeah. And so that's what I'm saying. There wasn't no racial aspect to it. We weren't talking about no promoters, still nothing. Just the fight, bro. He just hops on like, I want to talk about what y'all was talking about yesterday. And then my friends like, what were we talking about yesterday? We're like race. Boom, here it goes. Boom, just fuck everything. Bro, we literally had the fight on the screen, bro. We paused the video. The motherfucker started going. We just took the whole video off. Like, all right, I guess we ain't gonna do this no more. Like, Mike's here now. Like, bro, come on, man. He's the type of uncle you can't bring to the party, bro. Motherfucker just kill the vibe, bro. You ain't never gonna get no
little diamond-shaped windows.
Bro, you ain't never gonna get no pussy around Mike. Don't invite him when the bitch is around, bro, because he gonna kill the whole vibe.
No, I've been there though. What it is, man, we be so fired up and passionate. What I think he missed the boat yesterday, so he was like, and he probably thought about what he was gonna say when the show came on. So he was like, I'm gonna get this shit off. Let me take it back to yesterday. And you like, yo, man, but that ain't the vibe we on. Yesterday was for yesterday. But like, I ain't gonna lie, I'm the wrong dude to talk because if you let me talk long enough, I'm gonna turn it into race too. So I really
Oh, I know that.
so I'm really the wrong guy, but I don't try to be. I hope I don't be sounding mean to you, Mex. I hope I be sounding like we got along.
Brandon.
Like,
Man, don't be apologizing to Mex, man. Don't apologize to him.
No, I'm not apologizing. I just hope I don't come off. I don't want to come off a certain way. You know what I mean? Because I be wanting to learn, and I be. You know what I mean? You're not my adversary, and I'm not here to just beat you into.
Brandon, if you ain't noticed, bro, I am not shy about saying how I feel about anyone talking to me a certain way. So if I felt that way, you be the first person to know. We good, bro. I can't wait to meet you on one of these fights. We can really vibe, chop it up in person. I really don't have a problem with hardly anyone on here for real. Like,
no, because when I talk about race, I just be trying to give a certain perspective. But I'm not here to beat you over the head with it. And not only that, when you have your talking points, it make me sharper because I gotta really look and defend what I believe in. And if you show me what I believe is wrong, then I gotta throw that shit in the garbage can because I can't defend it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I look at it. You know what I mean? Like, oh damn, makes a good point. Damn, I might need to reevaluate what I thought.
I mean,
throw that thought. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. Like, I throw that in the garbage can.
That's what we here for.
You know what I mean? But to be mean,
man. Where were y'all looking at that McCall Lewis fight at?
Oh, we was on the barbershop, man.
Oh, okay. I didn't know y'all. Okay.
No, we was watching just the backstory, the first fight, the second fight, the weird shit that happened, why he did it, what was wrong with him, just different shit like that.
He was on crack. What was wrong with him?
Yeah, he was on crack. That's why I said motherfucking crackhead. Like, of course he didn't,
So what happened? So when Mike said what he said, that triggered everybody. What the fuck did Mike say?
Off top, whenever I see the motherfucker pop up, I get triggered because he's too fucking fake for me to be around. Like, that's just it, bro. Like, it's how it is. So, like, I'm gonna use every opportunity I get to get at him. Like, that's just it is. Because you're not gonna sit on here and get condescending toward everybody, start popping shit, coming at everybody, and then when some people start pushing back, you want to run away every time like a fucking coward, and then you want to wait till people get off the platform to call back in. He's done it multiple times, and not just tonight. He did the shit the other day with DJ. DJ hop on, he hop off. When I call him out and say, yo, why you hop off when DJ got on? Then he won't call back in when DJ's not on the panel no more and be like, oh, like, bro, nah. Stop running from your fade, bro. You want to come over here and call everybody the fuck out, and then when people want to stand on that shit, you go, oh, I gotta say this, I'm gonna get off. Like, bro, no, stop. I thought you was the man. I thought you was Mr. I'm from here, I'm from there. I got it on me. Don't worry, I'm strapped. All the other shit, all the shit you be talking about. That's why I said shit fake as fuck. He want to talk about nobody should be saying the word nigga. I shouldn't even be using it with my friends. And the first time he had a problem with DJ, call me nigga. He want to talk about, oh, this is violence and all this other bullshit. Oh, black community this. What do you say? Oh, yeah, don't worry about me. Give me a person. I got it on.
We got to work on that.
Fuck all that shit.
We got to work on that as a people. When we get mad, because y'all probably seen me mad, and I come out of character too. But that's not the person that's the mad person. That ain't the character that I want to be. That's the shit I be trying to suppress. So when that shit comes out, I think what Mike's problem is he be trying to suppress that shit hard, and when people piss you off, that shit come out. You know what I mean? I get his point too.
That's
why
he be leaving though, because he leaves so he don't take it that far. But when you go that route, you already took it too far, so it's already gotta happen.
And I think he's just insecure as fuck. If I'm really gonna be 100% honest about it, I don't think he's comfortable with who the fuck he is. I think he's constantly trying to prove this whole narrative wrong about people think black people are this, people think black people are this. I gotta be the opposite. Like that's the whole reason he stayed in school the whole time, got all these degrees so he could flaunt on it every fucking time he hops on the show. As you know, I did.
No, see, but no, that ain't. So I'm gonna correct you though. I'm gonna correct you because, like I told you, I interviewed the nigga the other day. And the reason why he is the way he is. No. You can't lie about the shit that you know what I'm saying?
You're a liar, man.
Shut the fuck up, Max. You piece of shit.
I don't care.
I want to hear it, Kyle. I want to hear why he is the way he is. I didn't see your interview.
I'm trying
on
to,
the
but
channel.
you know, Max don't talk too goddamn much. But so the thing about it
Max
is,
just don't like to do.
Yeah, you know, Max ain't shit. Fuck Max. Max a piece of dog shit anyway. He organic piece of shit. So he's a great piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? He's 24K shit. Oh man, we got the intellectual bullying this motherfucker. Hold on, man.
I got a question though,
hey,
man.
Fuck you, Kyle.
Hey, this Mike Fuller. Now I don't know this guy, so I can't really see.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I don't think I've ever been on a panel with him, so I don't know him. I can't say everybody.
My guy.
So you're saying this Mike Fuller guy, he just goes on a panel to argue every day?
To start racial arguments every day, bro. He's done it so many times, dog. Like, let's not forget the time when he said Shakur Stevenson mixed weight because he's a black man in America has more stress than a non-black man in America, so he's allowed to miss weight. Like, let's not forget about the crazy shit motherfucker said when it comes to race.
That was Deacon.
Okay, Deacon. Okay, my bad. Let me put
Michael Fuller was a part of the party, but he wasn't the starter of the party.
He didn't pop it off. Yeah, he didn't pop it off. But that's why I asked him today if there was Batman and Robin, and then Deacon said yes. So I said, who's Batman and who's Robin then? Like, if you openly admit it, like, hey, this is my ace boom cool, my number one, my sidekick, my partner. All right, cool. Y'all rock together. Y'all tag team. It's good. You feel me? But I don't need no tag team, bro. I stand on my own too. And if I say something, I'm gonna stand on it. I'm gonna explain why I said it. Whether people agree or not, I mean, I'm not here to change no minds, but I can always explain where I'm coming from.
No, the funniest shit that you do, though, that makes me laugh hella hard, though, the funniest shit that you do, bro, when you be like, after you knock me out, then what? I still don't have the same opinion.
My brother, good to see you. I know we finna get some thoughtfulness now and say Street Fighter on the panel. Good to see you, brother.
I've been packed out in my life, bro. I done been jumped. I done been shot at, stabbed at, all kinds of shit. And at the end of the day, bro, I'm gonna be the same person. Like, you knock me out and I'm in a coma in the hospital. I wake up in 3 years. I'm gonna wake up and be like, yeah, you still a bitch. Yeah, you're still a fake ass motherfucker. Oh, you packed me out though. Cool. Hope you feel better about your life.
Why can't we spread positive vibes to everybody? Why can't we have a panel one day with no fight?
Positive network, man.
Hey, I can't get no positivity from a motherfucker don't show his face. You mysterious, man. Hey, you feds over here.
You know what? You can't trust a man with two first names anyway. You can't trust a man with a bearded or mustache. You can't trust a man that never show his goddamn face, man.
I showed my face before. I showed my face.
Yeah, I'll pause. Don't let them make you feel bad about showing your face. I don't show my face. I don't know why no men. I don't know why no men want to look at me anyway.
Hey, look, I showed my face. Kyle wasn't here. He wasn't here tonight.
Yeah, but Brandon, at least you don't. What
episode is that?
Nothing.
What episode was that?
Man, it's so long ago, I forgot, man.
And they haven't.
You said what? Hey, what, man?
Hey, Brandon, but at the same time, you don't show nothing. See, all positive want to give all these clues about himself other than his face. He wants to show his shins, his knees, his elbows, his shoulders, his haircut. You know what I'm saying? His whole back profile, you know what I mean? Top to bottom with the tracks. But never wants to show his face.
Hey, but that tracksuit was hard though. All positive. I don't care what they say. That was hard.
I know, man. Look, man. I got about 30 tracksuits, man. I got about 30 of them.
Dude, hey, y'all ever seen? Remember the Wayans brothers?
Yeah.
Remember the dude that was stuck in the 70s?
Oh, the whole dude.
JT. That was the name.
That's all positive, man. That nigga stuck in the goddamn 80s.
Yo, the 80s was a good time, man. I'm telling you, it was a good time to live in, man. I loved it.
Hey, I'm trying to think. It might have been like a show or something where it's like my therapist said this is a good time. This was a good
fuck
time.
out positive.
Hey,
when I see you, bro, we're gonna battle, bro. That's it. Bring the linoleum. We're just gonna hit
I'm in my mid 40s, man. I can't do too many windmills no more.
Universal people.
I still can do windmills, yeah, man. But man, you know how old I am, man. I'm in my mid. I'm on the wrong side of 40, man.
I used to do some up rocks and some pop lock. Yeah, all right.
I mean, I could do a windmill or two. I can do about 3
on the right side of 40.
Hey, all you need is 2 windmills to finish with a backspin and a pose, and you got it.
Yep.
I could probably get a 1990 down to a windmill, but I don't know if I could pop it up to a flare no more. I don't got the arm strength.
What did it talk about? You did?
Oh, breakdancing, bro. I used to be a b-boy.
Yeah, windmills, man. I was doing that in the 80s.
Yeah. What's up, in shape? How you been, dog?
Oh, what's up, fellas? Yeah, I'm just sitting back listening.
Hey, real quick though, y'all ever
what's
seen
up, Brandon?
Watching Kids when Cat Williams is on there?
What?
Have you ever seen Wife and Kids when Cat Williams is on there?
No.
I got another drop for all positives. We're gonna start calling him Bobby Light from now on.
I don't know what that is.
Just so you know, we breakdance better than y'all did, Max. My generation did. They were all positive. They were better than y'all. I just want to say
hell nah. You see this shit?
Go watch the old video. No. They were better. Trust me. Go watch the old video.
You got to kill it.
Go watch
I grew up on that shit. Bro, you know, let me tell you how much I love breakdancing, bro. I took a camcorder, sat it on the coffee table. I recorded the TV of my cousin watching Beat Street so I could take it home and watch the shit. Beat Street, Crush Groove, Wild Style, all them shits was in constant rotation. Where I learned half my b-boy shit from.
I saw breaking in the theater.
So do you think y'all dance better than them? Because I don't think that. Just they movements, the way they would like, what to do, Electric Boogaloo and
can't
what's the other
nobody
dude?
better than Turbo, nigga. Can't nobody see Turbo.
Yeah, like y'all not better than them. Y'all not better than them.
I don't. Crazy Legs is one of my legendary, OGs, Rock City Crew.
I like Frosty Freeze. That was my favorite. Frosty Freeze.
Frosty Freeze is hard. Yeah.
Well, rest in peace to Ozone too. You know Ozone.
Yeah, he passed away.
Oh yeah,
man. Him and
crazy, bro. The dudes nowadays are doing moves that people in the '80s will faint if they seen it.
Well, yeah, but they're doing more like flipping and all this stuff, man. I mean,
even just like the 90s, the jackhammers, the one-handed, the nutcrackers, like they evolved all the other moves and just made them more difficult.
I agree.
Like instead of doing windmills, they doing nutcrackers where they ain't even using their hands. There's so much shit going on.
I be seeing these dudes hopping around on one hand across the stage. I couldn't do that.
But see now we need Michael Fuller in here. See.
But that's all though. They did that. The Puerto Ricans was doing that in New York. That's not new.
Yeah, but I said I couldn't do it.
None of what Max is talking about is new. They did that in New York.
None of new.
I new, but
you got B-boy. See, Max, you got to recognize you got what you got is two different coasts. On the West Coast, they were more pop locking, like popping their bodies. Like what's the dude from his name is Fred Berry.
Fred Berry, he's with the Campbell Lockers.
Yeah, but go look at the pop lockers and the old Soul Train dancers and watch them get down. It's a different vibe than in New York, where they not necessarily understood. Yeah, where they being more acrobatic and shit in New York. They flipping, they turning, they one-handed, they trying to see how fast they can spin around for how long. It's different than in the West Coast. I just think everybody on the West Coast, me personally, was just a little too cool, but that's just me.
You talking about coastal or you talking about generational?
No, I'm talking about old school. I'm talking about what I know, old school. I don't know new school, West Coast.
Generational, like y'all the OGs and it popped off, but it can't be done without. But I'm just saying they evolved it to another level. Like the shit they doing overseas in these European b-boy competitions and Japan,
yo.
The Japanese motherfuckers is crazy, bro.
Yeah, I heard the Japanese is cold. Yeah, I heard they the best at it.
Coldest crews.
Man, they ain't shit without us, man.
They're natural gymnasts, though. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, y'all know all this b-boy stuff came from. It came from the capoeira, the Brazilian shit.
Yep.
So
Eddie, here y'all go. See, y'all taking credit. No. See, This is why we need Michael Fuller in here, man. So he can tell y'all.
That's not what's it. Look, Brazilian. But Brazilian is a nationality. It was black.
It was a black Brazilian. It was a black Brazilian.
Yeah, black Brazilian. Yeah, Brazilian.
Just so you know, most of the slaves that came from Africa, their ass ended up in Brazil.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. Brazilians a nationality. It's black Brazilians.
Yeah.
Nah, he got to let it be known that it's African.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, say that African. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, my brother.
Not no more. They're Brazilian now. That's it.
See, man, that's why you get in trouble. That's why you get in trouble, man. You be dropping these little sidebars and you be pissing people. So why was Deacon mad? Was Deacon mad?
No, actually, Deacon was, like I said, Deacon was just defending Mike. I mean, Deacon got caught a couple strays for trying to defend Mike, but like I specified, I have no issue with Deacon as of late. You know what I'm saying?
So you was going at Mike. I mean, so you was the one pressing Mike. So you was pressing Mike, basically.
Came on with that bullshit, right? It's like this.
Hey,
like
Jerry got that. Jerry and Deacon when that
he came for Jerry, really.
Did they?
Like,
I've been.
But here's my thing.
I would have had my work with
Jerry. Didn't let him work tonight though.
Hey, Mike is like the homie that you can't invite to the party because he's always harassing bitches. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the type of person Mike is. Hey, I can't even invite you because you're going to start some shit with everybody in here, bro. Like, no.
Does Mike have a channel, though? Does he have a YouTube channel?
Mike is the National Geographic History Channel wrapped in one person, bro. That is Mike.
I was saying, does he have a channel where he expresses his views as well?
No. Not that I know of, at least.
So he just goes on other panels and
he ain't got time for a channel, man. He's a nuclear scientist, according to himself, or some shit. I think
that's what I do. I ain't got time for this shit either, man. I just go on different panels, and whoever let me get it off, Paul, I get it off, and that's the way.
Nah, man, I like spreading stuff, man. Spreading about vinyl and books and stuff, man. I got about 15 more videos to upload, man. I don't be having the time to edit these videos.
I had the other hoodie on, but it's raining outside. I don't want to get it messed up.
We can hear you, Kyle.
Well, I don't give a damn if y'all can hear me in that shit.
I mean, I don't know, man. I've heard some shows where they said that you forgot you wasn't on mute and you and your wife were going at it. You know, that's the rumor I heard.
Yeah, Cal.
I ain't no rumor. That's a fact.
Yeah, that's a fact, man. Was that your story?
Cal, you forgot, Cal.
Cold hard facts.
Listen. I got the eating that thing, boy.
We don't want to hear deep stuff. We heard too much. I'd rather hear Michael Fuller go on another race rant than hear that shit again.
I was trying to listen. If DJ didn't mute it, I was going to listen to it.
You a nasty motherfucker. He said, "Yeah, talk to her, Kyle."
You got to get it how you live, man.
Give her that all positive treatment.
Yeah. You know, I heard that going on in them YouTube streets. I said, "Kyle did what?" They said, "Yeah, he did this." I said, "I don't want to hear it. You know, I don't want to hear my people damn bad." So I didn't even try to go listen to it or nothing.
Now listen, shout out to DJ for having my password and shit.
Yeah,
he was able to mute it because that shit went on for about an hour, damn near.
And I was mad. I was mad at DJ for about 2 weeks after he muted that, man.
Hey, listen, y'all gonna hear some shit, boy.
Yeah, that's why you don't show your face, because you be just creeping in the shadows. Hey,
DJ, you did the right thing. DJ, that's a real friend. Good looking out, DJ, because I would have did the same
I was
thing.
ready to hear some ass slapping and all the shit, boy.
I wanted to hear some CDC action.
Hey, Kyle, as long as y'all didn't start talking to each other, you like that? You like that? No, I don't like that. No.
Hey, somebody was making noise, but I don't know if it's Kyle or his girl, bro.
Shit, boy.
That was a crazy night, man.
Yeah, man.
You know, and I will say this, let me make this statement to everybody say that, being a little too aggressive on motherfuckers and shit. That's what they earned, bro. I've been quiet for a long time. I've been trying to be civil for a long time. I've been with the okay, whatever
You say you've
for a
been
long
quiet
time.
for so long.
Bro, I ain't never really
Now, Max,
popped
you
off the
ain't
way I
never
wanted
been
to, bro.
quiet.
Man, Max, you can't
Nah,
shut the fuck up.
Max, you said
nah,
everything you wanted to say ever since you've been
nah.
here.
To shut the fuck up.
I'll talk about in the manner I've been speaking recently. I ain't spoke like that really to God. I know one like on that level. You feel me? But
I mean,
it's
but
Yeah, I
you
don't know why
really,
Mike. I think Mike triggered you because you saw
nah, it's just getting
hypocritical
annoying
in
because I
Mike.
hate fake
And,
ass niggas, bro. Like
and
that's
we
all it come down to,
hypocrite.
bro. That's it.
Let us be brothers. Let us be brothers, not niggas. I like brothers better. But I think you
Nah,
saw hypocrisy
nah.
in him. And we all, man, me too, Max. I'm gonna tell you, man, we all tend with hypocrisy. And it's hard to fight that. You know what I mean? But I want to be the best image of myself, and sometimes I might slip. And I'm not afraid to say that. You know what I mean? I do. But
you say
I
you
want to
might
be
slip
that image.
or you do slip. Say it right.
I do slip. I'll say it like that. I do slip. So it's been points where I've been aggravated on this on YouTube and have came out of character. So it ain't that I'm not who I said I was. It's just that I'm trying to be better, and sometimes I slip. So I think that's what you saw in Mike. And Mike probably you didn't think he owned up to his hypocrisy,
No,
but
see,
we all tend with
here's the thing.
hypocrisy,
Here's the
man.
thing, Brandon. Like and this is the reason why I really fuck with you, to be honest, because you have a sense of humility, and humbleness about you. Where even if you're wrong, you do slip. Like we know that, hey, you coming from a humble aspect. This motherfucker come from a condescending, holier than thou. I'm perfect. Everybody need to get on my level. If nobody understands what I'm talking about, they're lesser than. They're fucking subhuman species. They don't talk correctly, and all this other bullshit he be spewing, and they want to fuck up and then want to avoid it. Here's the thing: when he fucked up, he didn't come back out here and say, "You know what? Last night I know I said some shit. I was pissed." He ran, didn't get seen for a minute, didn't want to talk to nobody. The motherfucker he called out and called a nigga after he fucking gave me an hour-long speech out. He don't ever use that word himself. He don't care if it's black on black. He don't blah blah blah. And then he did when he got mad. First thing he did when he got mad, and then instead of just come back and say, "You know what? I know I said that last time. I apologize. I should have said that." He act like it never happened. Tried not to show up. And then the man in question, DJ, that he wanted to talk to, when DJ come on the panel, Mike got off the panel. And then when DJ got off the panel, Mike came back on the panel to talk about DJ. So I'm like, bruh, you are not a real one, bruh. And it happens every time. Same shit happened tonight. Motherfucker got mad, got off the panel, waited till everyone got off and gave their closing remarks and gonna link back in later to get the last word. Like, that's some cowardly shit, bro. And I don't see how anyone could respect that shit. And it comes even more annoying when he's got a little peanut gallery motherfuckers that look at him as some type of leader or some fucking messiah. And I'm like, bro, this is your king right here? This your king? Yeah, this motherfucker weak, bro.
Hey, Mix, goddamn, Mix. I'll say this, Mix. For what Mike has accomplished, from what we heard, I think his attitude, he kind of gotta be that way. Like he gotta kind of. I think if it would have been me, I would have came back and said that I was wrong, you know. But as far as the way he carried himself and his character, and for what he is in the world, nuclear submarine engineer and everything, so I think he gotta be that way in a certain way. You know what I mean? I think he gotta be. It may have taken that for him to be where he at. So I don't judge him for that. I just wish he would stay on and add a little bit more clarity and probably not be so hard on people. But I think that comes from his military background too. You got to remember he got a military background, so I think that's where a lot of the astuteness and
Well, he ain't got no
the
fucking self accountability for having all that background and all that fucking, them degrees and shit, bro. And that's my thing is like your accomplishments aren't that, bro. Like it helps. It helps, you feel me? Because I know, like, hey, I don't take nothing away from any man that went to school that long, accomplished what he accomplished. That part, hey, just like any other person in your class that got the same degree, props to all y'all for going through, sticking through with it, doing the test, doing what it takes to get there. Now, because you did that, though, don't make you no better than nobody else. Like it don't. I mean, it does because I'm clearly said that we're not all equal. Some people are better
but
than others.
he's special
But
though, Max. He is special. He really
special, yeah.
is. I, he is. No, I'm telling you, he's special. He has done things that most people that look like him haven't done or don't achieve. So he may have a certain area. I'm not here to dissect this man,
No,
but
but
I can see
we
why.
all have done something that other people maybe haven't
So you got to give
accomplished.
him credit. He has. Like for when he starts spewing off, those accomplishments, I have to give him his credit. That's a hell of an accomplishment. And for people that look like him, there's not a lot of people that look like him that have those accomplishments. You know what I
Here's my
mean?
thing, Brandon. Here's my
So
thing, Brandon. How do we know it's even true? Exactly. Nobody knows that what he says is absolute truth. He's never shown his face. He never shown no certificate. I'm not saying he has to prove it. I'm not saying he has to. But I'm saying he's got caught being fake about so much shit. How can I believe that all that other shit is true?
He has showed his face though,
I got my
Max.
degrees.
He showed his face
wasn't
though.
there that night.
He showed his face though, Max. He has
Okay, I wasn't there that night. Cool. But either way, like, and I don't need no one to prove nothing to me, because at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck if you got a 20-year degree. Like, you're not going to speak to me no type of way because you got that. And you're not going to sit here and think that you know everything about life and the world and everything because you went to school about something that is not related to that. You were great at nuclear shit. On nuclear shit, I will concede every time. Like, hey, I don't know nothing about no nuclear shit. So whatever you say, I'm going to believe it. But when it comes to life, when it comes to race, when it comes to all this shit, you think that you have the higher up and what you say is right and everyone else is wrong, everyone else is crazy and they're less than you and you're this. Nah, fuck all that shit, bro. I don't believe in none of that shit. Race don't play a part in my shit. You feel me? And my little brother came on today to kind of try to get that point across, but he his first time on StreamYard, so he backed out on accident. But that's my thing.
I say this though, it is hard for us to put that down once we achieve certain things. I think that trying to remain humble is the key. This is what I've learned just by no matter what I achieve or what I think I know. I know what I don't know. So I ain't got the right to be acting as though I'm some great grand person when whatever I learn from somebody else and I learn through discipline and study. But I'm a dumbass. You know what I mean? Like no matter I wouldn't give a fuck if I had 50 degrees. Well, we taught that knowledge is like grains of the sand. You know what I mean? Like you can never consume it all. So who in the fuck am I to walk around? I know this, I know that. That's not right. So that's why I think but you learn that though. You learn how to handle knowledge. You learn how to handle certain things. So I just think that we still need to learn how to deal with certain things. Not just him, me too.
No, we all do. And I know, like, I need to, because I do get triggered when motherfuckers be talking bullshit or trying to disrespect people. And it's not even when they're disrespecting me, because I'm gonna be the first person all the time to stand up to bullies for whoever the fuck it is, bro. Like I don't like that shit, period, when it happens to anybody in front of me. And my thing is, there's been many times on these platforms, as much shit as I get for whatever that people try to like narrate on me, when some real shit crack off, I'm usually one of the first people commenting or not shutting up or cutting off somebody or what the fuck in somebody's point of view that's completely racist or asinine. And I don't play that shit, bro. Like, and that's my thing. That's why I've tried to explain to people. Being that I grew up in a mixed family, cool. I don't see race the same way other people do. But I was also taught, me and my white brother, that if anyone disrespects your black brother and call him an N-word or do some racist shit to him, you crack off the same way like they said it to you. And that's how I hold myself at all times. So I don't give a fuck that my skin color don't look the same or my facial features or my hair texture don't look the same as someone else. You want to treat me different because of that? Then you are part of the fucking problem that you say you hate so much. It's treating people
I
differently
agree.
because of their skin color. So what the fuck are they doing?
I agree with that, mate.
And that's bitch shit, bro. I can't ever respect no shit like that. I can't never respect no shit like that, bro. That's that. I like a disagreement is a disagreement. A disagreement about a racial conversation still don't make you racist. You just see things two different ways. But constantly getting at people because of the color of their skin, constantly telling people they can't speak because of the color of their skin, they shouldn't even be on the platform because of the color of their skin and nothing other than that. Like, come on, brother. What the fuck you call that shit? That's racism.
Yeah,
Literally, that
see,
definition.
here's the thing. See, here's the thing. What we don't realize is two type of meetings. You have what you call open air meetings, and you have private meetings, four wall meetings, and then you have open meetings. What we don't realize is if you don't want other people to join the conversation, then make it a private meeting. But
Facts.
you can't be on. But it took me a while to learn that, Max, because I was one of the people. Why they joining our conversation? Why they? And then I had to think about it. I'm like, but it's open to everybody on YouTube. And if y'all want to have this private conversation, then y'all just do it and close it. And close the panel or close it and say, hey, this is a conversation. But it's hard to have this conversation in the public and not expect the public to weigh in. The thing I think that pisses people off when they hear other people weigh in that's not black on black issues, that they don't handle it with respect and decorum. They just speak on it and just be just black people blah 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 blah. But we handle other people with respect. I don't speak about other people's issues unless I'm being respectful. That's the thing that bothers us. That anytime we hear our issues being talked about by outsiders, a lot of times the other people who don't look like us, they it's disrespectful. So that's the tone, and that's what makes us so sensitive. I think to listening to other people talk about black issues because it just sounds disrespectful. If you know where I'm coming from, it just does.
But if you agree, but listen, if you agree, ain't no issues if everybody agree though. If motherfucker agree with everything you saying about race, then it's kumbaya. But as soon as a motherfucker disagree, that's where the issue come from. No matter how they say it,
everything, no matter what color you are. Because you black, you disagree, you're cool now.
Hold on. Because Jerry really don't say it no type of way, bro.
I had beef with Jerry. Me and Jerry. No. Here's the thing. I had beef with Jerry because he got on me the same thing about race. But it's nuances to the shit. Here's the thing, Max. We don't agree and we don't have to agree, but I respect you. You know what I mean? It's a difference when we talking with respect. If we're gonna talk about race, let's talk about it respectfully. I'm not gonna say little digs at you or insult your intelligence. Jerry insulted my intelligence before. He thought that I wasn't capable. He told me that I was an ignorant fuck and that I'm not capable of having intelligent conversations.
Damn,
which is cool.
Jerry said that?
But it's cool though. Wait, but it's cool because once I showed him that, guess what? He found his respect level for me. I don't know where it's at, but I know he found it after we finished talking because he don't come at me like that. But he damn sure found a respect level, and I think that once I finished talking to him, that maybe he considered whether I could have an intelligent conversation or not. It just didn't sound like what he used to hearing. But I think. I ain't mad at Jerry. I don't have no beef with Jerry. I said what I had to say. We had our back and forth. And if he called into another box and I'm on there, I'm not gonna beef with him. That's a waste of my time.
But Jerry don't really be like honestly, like Jerry is way more tolerable than Max as it pertains to talking about black issues. I'm just keeping it real. Like the nigga Max is sometimes he's intolerable, bro, because he just doesn't can't grasp the concept of just simple shit sometimes.
I agree.
As it pertains to Jerry,
you breaking up, dog.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, you breaking up hard.
I ain't even said nothing yet, nigga. Fuck you.
Oh, there you go.
Piece of shit.
Fuck you. Fucking manila folder ass motherfucker.
Who's this Jerry we talking about?
I know, but hold on. To piggyback on Brandon's shit real quick about the disrespect.
Hey, man, nobody asked you to piggyback, man. Don't get on that nigga back.
Nah, but I didn't want to let his point go by real quick. You know what I mean? Because we said people speaking disrespectfully about black issues or seeming disrespectful. My point is, Brad, coming from, I guess, the outside point of view, if y'all, and I say y'all as far as the black people that feel that way, not black people in general, but for the ones that feel that way, how can you expect the utmost respect of ancestors or past dealings when
I agree, Max. I know where you're going.
I don't respect it, bro. It is disrespectful.
I agree. I'm gonna tell you why.
Ancestors to act like you dealt with any of that shit, bro. You did not.
No, Max. No. We don't act like that. What we want. Here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you what Jerry said, and it was profound. I ain't gonna lie. It pissed me off, but I had to deal with it because what he said was profound. He said, man, I call around to all of these shows and I just hear the brothers arguing back and forth, back and forth. That's what I hear. And he said, finally, one day he just said, fuck it. He'll just get it. But that's what I didn't like. And it pissed me off that that's what he get from listening to us talk about boxing. That we just go back and forth, disrespect each other, calling each other the N-word, beat. That's what he said that he ran into when he first started coming around the boxing community. That's fucked up that we present ourselves like that. But I know we do it because I participated in that shit before. It's just sad that this man sitting back listening like, man, it's a damn shame listening to them. I didn't like that. But it's a fact. So what I'm going to go to is what your boy always preach, Kyle, and your boy right. Self-accountability. Accountability. He's right about that. We should hold ourselves to a certain accountability and a certain standard. So he is right about that. I agree with your boy on that, Kyle.
See, my thing is, like, I feel like, and this is someone now this is a part that I do feel, right? Because like I said, I come from a mixed family. So Grams from North Carolina, the one my brother was talking about today, like he said, she in an age range and a demographic for where she lives, and she lives in the boonies of North Carolina. She don't even have an address. She have like an area, you know what I mean, that they got to put. So it's like she dealt with the real, like, and even then she dealt with some real shit, you know, like burning crosses in the yard, people getting dragged down dirt roads by with being dragged on back of pickup trucks, being set on fire and just made to run out, and dumb, crazy shit that I'm just like, it's hideous. It's crazy shit. So when I hear them stories, and then I hear someone a couple generations younger talk about, oh yeah, I had it hard, man, I couldn't get hired at this job. And you want to tell me somehow my sympathy for you should be the same as slavery or the same as the future generations, and that's the clout you're looking for? It's like, hey, I dealt with some shit too. People were mean to me too. Like, nah, bro, that's not the same. So if anything, you're disrespecting your own ancestors by trying to group in with the same sympathy or the same attention they're getting for the inhumane shit they had to deal with, and compared to
But it's in
now,
the
it's not
same
the
lineage.
same.
But it's in the same lineage, though, Mitch. That's why we tied into it.
But
It's
it
a
wasn't you.
continuation but it's a continuation. It's passed down. Yeah, they might not burn crosses in my yard, right? They may not do that. They may not. It may be, but it may be subtle. It may not be as overt in my face. It's covert now. Let's say, like now, I am in management at my job, right? But let's say it's another manager and it's another job up. Most of the time, it's not the best person who gets the job. It's most of the time the person that they feel comfortable with and that looks like them. And most of the time, it's them. And they won't overtly say, hey, Brandon, it's because you black. But ultimately, it is because I'm black. Because I'm not them. So I don't fit in. And not only that, you got to think when these promotions start happening, that's different tax brackets that start being hit. So why wouldn't they want somebody who look like them and that they friendly with and that they friends with, who they comfortable with, who they could tell they off color jokes to, that kind of shit in corporate America. So they gonna give him a promotion in front of me. But I know and he knows that he's not more qualified than me. That's the part of racism which affects my economics, which can affect my household, which can affect the trajectory of the standard of living that I have for my children. You see what I'm saying? So no, is it in your face, overt word? No, but is it there? Of course it is. So you
Oh
might,
no,
I
it's
think you
there.
be
Like,
missing subtlety
it's
of
there,
it.
Brandon.
That's
I'll
all.
never say there's no racism. I'll never say there's not blatant racism nowadays, for sure. But to me, and this is me being through the shit I've been through in life, ain't nothing worse than death. Ain't nothing worse than death, right? Because death you can't come back from. So even an ass whooping is not worse than death. At
That's
that certain
definitely
point,
good.
at a certain point in time in American history, death was the immediate consequence of a lot of shit that happened skin related. It was like, oh, you won't listen, you won't be dead. We're gonna maim you. We're gonna cut off your arm. We're gonna do crazy shit. We're gonna make you fuck your own family members. We're gonna do all kinds of weird, crazy shit. That shit is not comparable. I understand that there is shit going on now that's bad. It's fucked up that someone might get a job ahead of you. It's fucked up that someone might call you the N-word, cut you off in traffic, and give you the middle finger. It's fucked up that someone might even put hands on you, like, oh, you fucking N, and sock you and pack you out. I get that, but that is not comparable to slavery. That's not comparable to the shit they used to do back then. And for so many people to have such knowledge and history on these subjects, it's sad to see that they themselves are just like, well, yeah, I also go through some bad shit. It's like, but it's not that though. So stop trying to put it in the same category. Just leave it separate. Be like, yeah, that shit was crazy back then, but here's what I dealt with here. It's bad.
Go
Don't
ahead
say this
and
is
Shay.
just
I know
as
you got
bad.
something you want to say on. I'm gonna let you take the lead in Shay.
Oh, I was just chilling, man. The only thing I wanted to say is that it's various degrees of injustice, but it's still an injustice. You know what I'm saying? So
But death is the
I know
worst
a lot of
degree.
people tend to say that, but that's also an argument a lot of racists say. Well, we're not killing y'all anymore. You just can't be at the top office. But, that still affects my life, though. You might not be slaughtering us and all this and that, but you still are someone outside of my group controlling my group. And what reason do you have for wanting to control my group? Because something that you have to deal with personally. You have something that you're uncomfortable with when it comes to a certain ethnic group. In this case, we're talking about, the group that I'm part of. But see, I don't have those arguments with people because that's not the significance. The significance is justice. Justice means everybody's going to be treated fair. Everybody's going to have an opportunity.
Neely Fuller, talk that talk, brother.
Say again.
Talk logic. I said that's
Yeah,
Neely
that's what I'm
Fuller.
saying.
Logic.
And that's the thing.
Come on, brother. You
Yeah.
cooking.
And that's why I fuck with you in shape, because your point means something. Like fuck all the comparing. At the end of the day, everyone be fair, be righteous, regardless
Yeah,
if
but
it's
that's what I'm
dead.
saying. But if you stop me from getting the job for no other reason but because of the way I look, that's an injustice. That's what I was saying. So when Brandon was saying that, like, I know what my grandmother and them went through. You know, I told she one recently passed. She was right at 100 years old. So I sat at her lap. One of the reasons why I had to start being, like you say, accountable too is because whenever it comes to education, it made me more compassionate. You know what I'm saying? People want to have education. People want to have these, what we use all the time in boxing, accolades. They want to use accolades because there's something inside of them. They feel inadequate. So if I can just keep putting this alphabet soup behind my name, or I can change my financial bracket, it'll make me feel better. But, you know, like if you don't address those things, it don't make no difference. All of those are just trinkets. You just going to keep accumulating stuff, and you just gonna feel worse and worse. That's why some of the richest people, you know, jump out of windows. Like they say, money doesn't make you happy. But to circle back to the justice thing, that's the thing that we're talking about. Like just because you have reduced, you know, you reduce the fire, it's gonna still burn my ass though. Might take a little bit longer, but it's still burning. I want you to put the fire out completely. I don't want you to say, well, it's just simmering now. But back in the day, we used to have a bonfire, because, you know, what's the point in that? Then you're just trying to minimize my suffering again. You're trying to say I should deal with it until you and the world and whoever else can deal with looking at a black person across the table who makes the same amount of money, who has the same education, because that's the reason why we're still having these discussions right now. If everything was all hunky-dory, as they say, and peaches and cream, we wouldn't be discussing race. But race is still significant because there's a lot of people who are out here that can't deal with it. They try to pretend like they okay with it. They know that the world tells them they should be okay with it. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is just you have something inside of you that you can't deal with. And you need maybe a group to pick on, because some folks, like I was saying earlier, they just need somebody to bully. If it's socially acceptable to kick dirt on black folks, and I kind of feel less than in my group as far as white, Asian, black, or whatever, at least I have black people to pick on. And, you know, a lot of times in my case, I've had that in my face a bunch of times, like whenever they can't argue. Well, we do have arguments, but there's not a resolve. They just basically, in a roundabout way, tell me I should accept it just because I was born black. You know, that's the last ditch effort, you know, because, and that's when you really know how some people really do, in their core, see you as less than. They really can teach, I mean, just believe that you were born, and since you're from this ethnic group, you just genetically, financially, and whatever, you know, you want to say with it is less than. And whenever you try to sit down and talk to them, and I jokingly say to a lot of people I've run into, I say, well, I apologize for ruining your idea of what a black man is. And you just see them deer in the headlight, because the biggest thing is self-awareness with us. And since I don't act like a nigga, excuse the expression, because I don't like to use it all the time, because, you know, people like to use that word against us. But it's almost like even in that conversation, without them saying it, they're telling me to my face, like, well, you know what they say, you're one of the good ones. You're different.
What the fuck?
And that in itself is inherent racism. I had to tell them.
Oh man, what do you mean?
That's crazy.
Yeah, go ahead, my
man.
You
never dealt with that, Max? You never heard that in real life?
I haven't heard you're one of the good ones. I've heard when people think I'm like a Mexican, they're like, oh, you know English, and like I've heard deal with that.
Yeah.
I've never heard someone say you're one of the good
ones. So funny when they bring you in the office and they say, man, you different. And it's like they fascinated by you, and it's like they're amazed that you could be black, or you could have thoughts, or you could be expressive, or they like, wow, so y'all can think. Wow. You're different. No, I'm telling you, Max, and it fucks with your psyche, because that's a tactic that they use to separate us. They'll get us in certain rooms and be like, man, you ain't like them. The same thing that Chaotic Truth did. Oh, you got to be a superior black. You see what I'm saying? So what it does is they try to classify us, and it separates us, and it tries to make some of us think we're better than the others. That's where they'll tell you it ain't racism, it's classism. But it's not classism, it's actually racism. And most of the people, and once these people get you in these offices and start brainwashing you, what they do is tell you you're the special Negro. That's the most disrespectful shit that I ever heard in my life. Oh man, you different. And the first thing I do is what I'm taught to do. I start asking questions. What do you mean? What do you mean different? Different how? Different from what? What is the norm? And then once they start saying racist shit, you're like, wait a minute. So what did you think black people were then? If you think I'm different from, so am I different from the norm of the shit that you used to watching or seeing or your perception? You know what I mean? Like that's some fucked up shit to have to deal with. And then you gotta keep them out of your mind from manipulating you from playing this mind game because they're only telling you
the
this.
other way around too, don't it, Brandon? Like if someone with views
Nah,
like yourself, you don't meet like white people be like, damn, you actually a cool white person. You're not, what I've been thinking. You don't
I've never said that. I don't, because I don't think that way.
Max,
I'm just being honest.
Hold on, see, this is Max, bro. Either you understand or you don't, bro. Stop.
I do. I said I understand it both ways.
Bro, listen. Stop always trying to flip it, bro. Damn.
What you mean, bro? It's got to apply to everybody. It's not.
No, it don't, bro. That's not true. It don't always apply to everybody. That's not true. That's not life.
How is it not? It's called prejudice. It's called prejudging somebody,
bro.
And then you realize they're not the person you thought they were.
Between being prejudiced and being racist, it's a difference.
Yes, racism is a type of prejudice. I totally understand.
Listen, no, Max. Listen, nobody on this panel, no black person said, "Oh man, you one of them good white boys, man. You one of them good ones." No, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like,
right, never,
bro.
Yeah, you don't have to come to social acceptance, man. It's a social acceptance with our group. Like our group really is.
I have them moments. I'll be honest about it.
Some people actually get uncomfortable whenever we start to get the attention that we're supposed to get, just being as far as justice. They start saying stuff like, "Why do we always have to talk about black people? Why do we always this and this and that?" And then, like I said, they secretly go home and tell some of the most racist black jokes because they kind of want things to stay the way it is. I had to really start trying to turn down my emotions when I was in groups of people because I realized that was one of the, the mind fucks that they use, and my own personal insecurity of being who I am and where I come from. As I got older, I was able to deal with it, you know what I'm saying? Because I understood that I was letting other individuals, tell me who I was. And without knowing it, because you were kind of trained by TV, you're trained by, just the social standards, period, you do inherently feel less than. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing that you have to start dealing with, just being a brother or a sister, start really thinking about, well, why do I necessarily feel this way? And of course, it's the outside world telling you something, blah, blah, blah. But, when it's all said and done, it's hard because humans are social. And a lot of times being a person, like Brandon said, you're isolated. So you know that every day that you go into this job, you're going to be somebody different from the person that drove up to the gate. And it's simply for survival. So that means there are a group of people outside of you determining your behavior. Then that bothers you too, because you see them laugh and joke, go about their day. They have no concerns. Because I told you a lot of times I've walked in rooms, I'm the person that's training people, talking to people. They overlook me. They just never can believe until I stand up in the front and be like, "Hey, how's it going? I'm in Shape Steve Stride. I'm here on reserve, blah, blah, blah." And like he says, just a deer in the headlights. They just stare at you with their mouth open. But I had to understand that has nothing to do with me. That's your limited understanding. That means you haven't been around. You haven't met people. Because like you, Max, you've sat at the table. You've lived. You've argued with. So we're not nothing new to you. You know what I'm saying? That's why I told you I started understanding what you were. Because like I told you, I never get on here to have a disagreement with nobody. That's not my thing. I don't really care that much. I try to avoid confrontation because like you say, I try to build. I want to learn. When I first came on here, the reason why we give that disclaimer is because I have been listening for years. So I knew that if I came in a certain way, people were going to want to attack me because they see me as something to be conquered. You know what I'm saying? Or this guy thinks he's smart. But all of those things pertain to them. So it's easy for me to remain calm unless you're trying to, you're just being like a couple of times you see me get loud or bored, but then immediately I got quiet because I wasn't really angry. I was just trying to prove a point. Like, you're not going to make me something, and you're not going to start the conversation in a certain place. Once I see what your intentions are, I just leave you alone because I'm not going to change your mind. That's not what it's about. You need to get yours off. You need to call me a nigga. You need to feel like you're better than me. So when you hit that off button and sit down, you can be like, I'm satisfied with myself. Put another colored boy in his place. Some people need that to feel better about themselves, but that in itself shows me that you're sick. Why do you need to oppress me to feel better? Like, what is that? Why do you need that? And that's one of those human nature things. Power is what people seek. You understand what I'm saying? Some folks only find pleasure.
I don't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
But did you see the Louis Armstrong documentary on Apple TV? Because you speaking to it. Have you seen that documentary?
No, sir. I haven't seen it.
You should watch it because everything you talking about is in that documentary. I'll give you an example. Louis Armstrong recorded himself all the time talking, and he's telling stories. This whole thing is in his voice, basically. He got Nas narrating a few of his own stories, but he wrote his own memoirs. He wrote about himself, and also, but anyway, he told a story about how white folks, how they treated, how they made him feel less than, and he still got looked at as an Uncle Tom. But he told a story how he said he was on this movie set, and all the actors were treating him well, and everybody was treating him well. He said that this fucking stagehand, because he was a black man, treated him like ass. Like would come tell him, come on, they want you on set. If you don't get there, they gonna fire you. And that kind of shit. And he said, man, the only reason, he said, fine, I put that motherfucker in his place. He said, but nobody else said nothing. He said, the only reason he treated me like that, he said, he wasn't shit. He said, here I am in a movie. I'm this famous fucking star, and this man, because I'm black, he could treat me like that, and ain't nobody gonna do shit about it. And that blew my mind. So when you start talking about that, when you start talking, you just started reminding me of the helplessness that he even talked about. He said this man was a fucking like porter, like fixed on the set and shit. But he had the power enough to stick it to him every day till Louis Armstrong said he couldn't take no more. And he had to basically just go off. And he thought they was gonna kick him off the damn film. But the lowest of them can handle the biggest of us. So what does that mean? This is a fucked up dynamic we live in. And these are the stuff that we be trying to talk about that people think we cry and we whine about. No, we want the power, we want justice, and we want the power dynamic changed. Not just monetarily. I'm talking about the way people think. The images, all of that. Sorry, in shape, man.
No,
you just triggered me.
They had a Bojangles documentary too. A lot of people make fun of Bojangles, but they don't know his real story. He helped a lot of people, bro. Bojangles paid people rent and all kinds of stuff.
I'm all for that because I don't let shit slide in front of me, man. I heard a quote that said, if you stand by and watch me be oppressed, you're part of my oppression. You feel me? Like, even if you yourself aren't doing it and you let someone else do it to someone else, you're part of that problem. So I agree with the shit. I agree with the justice part. Just to make it clear on my point earlier, I personally am not comparing, like, what's wrong is wrong. Someone treats you wrong based on race, regardless of the severity of how they treat you, it is wrong. My point is, Mike Fuller himself said that the shit today of not being able to get a job is just as bad as getting lynched in the public square. It's just as bad as getting dragged down the fucking road.
He said that?
As bad. Yes, he said it's just as bad, if not worse, is what he said, because it's covert, because it's undercover. Like, nah, bro, being alive is better than not being alive, regardless of how you look at it. Period. Being alive, being able to provide for your family, being able to have children, being able to have a family, being able to have a wife, go home to them is a lot better. Even if it is a shitty day, even if you got fucked over, it's still better than being dead and being laughed at.
Let me clarify. I wasn't trying to defend his position. You know, I know.
No, I was just clarifying that.
Okay, I didn't want you to misunderstand me.
I'm not trying to pick and choose and be like, I'm not one of those people that if you came to me today and you said, Max, you want to hear what happened to me? And I said, yeah, let me know. In shape, you said, man, I'll try to get this job. Motherfucker was racist, blah, blah. I'm not gonna sit there and be like, bro, you should get over it. It's not as bad as being. It's like, nah, I'm not one of them people. I'm not that. It's just when other people bring it up and say, man, this is just like slavery. No, it's not, bro. It's not. That's where I gotta stop the buck. You know what I'm saying? But as far as the other shit, like I said, I will openly admit, I grew up in a mixed family, right? Even though I had a white brother, like I didn't really have a white people of authority in my family, as far as like father, uncles, cousins, shit. They were all like minorities. So I grew up my whole life thinking that rich white people were the enemy. Rich white people this, or white people this, white people that. So yeah, when I met some white people, sometimes I would be like, they become homies. I'm like, oh, you a cool ass white boy. Like, you ain't the shit that my cousins, my uncles, everyone told me look out for. Like, you ain't racist. You ain't what the fuck. And then when I started working at Pebble Beach, and I started working at Mission Ranch at Clint Eastwood spot, and I'm dealing with these millionaire, type of people, and I'm thinking they gonna treat me like shit. They gonna treat me like the help. They gonna the motherfuckers are hella cool. So that's why I'm like, yeah, I've had those moments of realization myself when I'm prejudiced against a certain demographic, whether it's based on race or economic prowess or whatever. And then I meet the people and I'm like, oh shit, you know what? It ain't like that. Same thing like when I see these gangsters with their whole face tats and AK-47s and BKCK all over their fucking face, and I'm going in, it's like, man, here we go. But the motherfucker ended up being hella cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, this dude hella cool, even though he looks crazy. You know, like it happens. So I'm saying I think that's just human shit. Not saying people are racist or otherwise, but yes, we all prejudge. It is part of human beings to judge other people before you know them, or judge situations or judge things because you're supposed to be on your toes. So when I go into somewhere, when I'm going to another city and I'm looking, you know, I'm GPSing, hey, where that good food at? And I end up, yo, I'm in the fucking hood right now. I gotta stay on my toes. It's not bad. It's not a bad thing to be like, you know what? Even though there's hella fucking graffiti around here and fucking nobody painted their walls and shit, I should be good. Nah.
No, so, but that's what I was saying, you know, but the prejudge, what you're saying is just human survival. That's understandable. But whenever you try to take your feelings and act upon them, that's the problem. I tell people, you got a right to say what you want, act how you want, do what the hell you, because you control your own self. But you can't go outside yourself to try to enforce your belief. You understand what I'm saying? That's the big thing, is that a one group of people, like I've said in the past on this panel, said another group of people is something and they acted on it. But when we look at the history behind everything, it was all about being in a position of authority or power. Because if they considered us any kind of humans, like if they always say black people didn't build anything, we have no knowledge, we didn't create a language, we didn't do anything. That's to make it easier for you to be able to take, you know, to hurt these people, to harm these people. You know, what did they do for the world? They didn't do anything. They're less than. So then they try to act upon that. That's the problem, because you've heard me say it not too long ago too, like, just stay over there. Like, why are you even concerned with us? I'm not saying it because I don't want to meet you. Even as a child, I understood that you should take them one at a time. That's what I was taught by my grandmother. You don't paint anything with a broad stroke. There were no absolutes in this world. So I've never, ever said, just because you're part of an ethnic group, you are this, because that shows my limited understanding. I'm not a mind reader. I'm not the most high. I don't know every individual that I run into, what their character is going to be. What you do is what's important to me. And I always say, what's your intention? Because we can sit and talk about race, but some people want to talk about race, like I said, just to get it off, to take shots at you. And some folks who may come from a background, they were around the people like me, they really want to know. They're curious. And they know they have been misled. That's why the first time they get an opportunity, they talk to you. But their character comes through. They show that they are a caring person. You see, when y'all were talking about Fuller with this and Fuller with that, anytime I get around anybody that has, you know, that just always talks about what they have done, I know there's some insecurity there. So I tend to kind of tread lightly with those people because they're fragile. And they're always looking for a fight, whether they pretend like they're not. That's why when I told Kyle, I'm like, I mean, it's cool to have the nickname intellectual bully, but what it is that you ain't fooling me. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to manipulate me. Because I'm going to sit there, I'm going to be open-minded, I'm going to listen to what you say, and I'm going to really try my best to understand you. Once I start seeing that there's no understanding, then I just kind of back off and leave you alone, because, I mean, from what my limited understanding, I see where we're at, and I'm cool with where we're at, because I'm not going to change every last single person, you know what I mean, that I run across. Because normally whenever you want to be with somebody and y'all get to talking, regardless of what part of the world you're from, man, you become enlightened, you enjoy this person, you start to want to learn their language and stuff like that, you know, you change. And then they're going to be some people from that ethnic group. You're going to be like, man, this dude's a piece of, you know, but they're not the same person. And it is, like I say, it is unfair to always try to put a whole group of people in one, you know what I'm saying? And I'm going to jump back off y'all. My bad.
I agree. But like for me, when it comes to jokes, like jokes, I'm going to use stereotypes every fucking time because they're funny.
Mix, real quick. I was on mute. I was talking on mute.
My bad.
Hey, Insert Street Fighter. Whether you like that name or not, you earned it.
But yeah, I'm more of a type to, because I was bullied, my wife was bullied, we've been bullied. I don't do well with that. So as I got older, I just learned how to deal with it on the intellectual side, you know, because I realized a lot of bullies, they fragile, like I said earlier. So it wouldn't be anything. And they normally just fit some same old stereotypical, I've been abused, or like I said, or I feel less than. So I need to find power. How can I find power? Well, let me go over here and pick on a small guy. Yeah, Mex, I'm going to bust you upside your head in front of everybody, blah, blah, blah. But what irritates people about Mex is that if you're willing to die for what you believe in, I respect you. You know, whether it's right or wrong, if you're willing to sit there and let your life be taken from you, then man, you really believe that. It's nothing I can do. Like I said, I don't condone it, but I respect it. And I didn't mean nothing, Kyle. I'll take my nickname, Kyle. I apologize, sir.
No, I mean, I think it's all about intent, obviously, right? Because I mean, for some of us on here, I consider some of y'all friends, some of y'all acquaintances, and very few people enemies. But even in the essence of the other day, I made a joke of Brandon, told him that he sounded white. It's a joke. Now Brandon's offended. You can let me know. Max, I don't play at that. I don't think that was funny. I got you. I'll never say it again. But other people want to come up. What's that supposed to mean? What do you mean? What's one sound of white supposed to mean? What's sound of black supposed to mean? I'm like, bro, for me, it's jokes. And I'm going to use every stereotype when it comes to jokes. I'm going to use rice and bad driving when it comes to Asians. I'm going to use watermelon and chicken when it comes to black people. I'm going to use burritos and mowing lawns and tacos when it comes to Mexicans because this shit's funny. And that's how I grew up my whole fucking life within my own household. I have a white brother, 2 black brothers, and me, the quote unquote Mexican brother. It's all we do is joke about race, whether it applies, whether it's true, whether it has anything to do with us or not. Because that's just funny. But when people take jokes and they want to turn into real life shit or teach lessons or do us other shit, that shit gets annoying. Because I'm not here to be lectured to all day and for people to take shit serious that obviously wasn't meant serious. I'm here to have fun. I'm here to laugh, have a good time, have great memories. So when that motherfuckers leave my presence, they're like, you know what? Mex is pretty fucking cool, man. I had a good time today.
I didn't get mad at you, Mex. I knew you. I laughed. I knew where it was coming from.
I know you was like,
I
oh,
knew that,
man, for real.
But I knew that panel was gonna light up, and I tell you, I was like, oh shit, Mex. I knew that people was gonna take that a certain way. I knew that because I know that I'm gonna tell you what I consider myself. It's what W.E.B. Du Bois used to consider itself. It's an old term. Carter G. Woodson. I consider myself a race man, meaning that I am interested and I'm always learning and thinking about the plight of the people who look like me. And it's not just because I'm black, it's because of the way we treat it in this world. So I'm always on that. So a lot of times I knew what you meant because me and you have a rapport. If you'd have done that and it would have just been me and you, I'd have laughed and said, there you go.
That's what I was going to say, Brandon. And best pugilist, excuse me, he tapped on it right quick too. Like if you don't have
go ahead, Shay.
My bad, Brandon. I didn't mean to cut you off right when you said
that.
You
brother. I always want to hear you talk. I enjoy listening to your insight, brother. I don't never feel bad. Go for it.
And best pugilist just said it. It's funny to you, and that's what I said. If it's at somebody else's expense, then you got to understand where you're coming from. That's what I mean by intention. Your intention may be good, but if it really makes somebody uncomfortable,
I'm speaking to in shape though. To the person I'm speaking, if I'm speaking to Brandon, I say Brandon XYZ.
Yes, sir.
Now Brandon laugh or Brandon have a problem. That's between me and Brandon. I don't need another man putting his cape on and saying, "Hey, stop it! Don't talk to Brandon like that." Like Brandon can do that shit. He's a grown man. Because
it's not their conversation, but you know what I was going with that.
What happened was it happened in the public, so other people heard it, and I knew it. Like as soon as the dude popped on, I was like, "Oh shit, Mix," because I knew it because I know what it sounded like into the universe. You know what I mean? It sounded like, and then we was going back and forth about it because I laughed. I said, "No, I think I sound like a country dude." And then so that triggered other people who probably have got told that they sound like a white person. So he was getting that too. So Mex getting a lot of stray bullets and pain that he probably don't understand where a lot of it's coming from. But when you make jokes like that, like I told you, Mex, when you make them kind of jokes and you do that, you open yourself up. Not saying right or
you're
wrong.
Gonna be held accountable. You cannot do something and just say, "Hey, they should see it from your point of view."
And what I do, Brandon, what I say, "Oh, they're probably sad because people told them they sound white." Because I think Steph and Michael Fuller and you all sound white. Now, when they asked me on some serious shit, not joking, when they asked me seriously, what does it mean by this? I didn't answer because seriously, like in my heart and my brain, I don't believe you can sound a color. I think it's a cultural thing where you grew up, who you grew up around, XYZ, accents, all that other shit. So, because I grew up my whole life, being who I am. And when I was younger, it was probably a little more hood, a little more ghetto. Now I'm older. My father got, seen with a couple years. But when I was younger, it was all the time. So everyone told me, why you always try to act black? Why you always trying to sound black? And my first response would be, how do you sound the color? How do you sound the color? I said shit all my childhood. So I know that you can't sound white or sound black. But when it comes to a joke, we're going to use it. We're going to use it. And that's why I say, like, wait a second. So we all in LA and everyone's like, yo, what you want to eat? What you want to eat? And right away, I'm like, oh, let's get some tacos. Nobody's going to laugh. or no one's gonna say, "Oh, of course you want tacos." Like it don't gotta be racist and shit funny.
I wouldn't have let no, but here's the thing. I just would have thought you wanted tacos. You know what I mean? Like I'm from Texas, so
no. I'm making that joke. I'm making that joke.
No,
Brandon, you wouldn't make that joke.
Fuck that. Hey,
and that's what I said. You better not pick fried chicken because I'm laughing at the very least.
Probably not that one. Probably because my mind ain't good like that, and I'm not a mocker. Here's the thing. I grew up around the NOI. That was and that was a big thing. We was always taught. Listen, basically, when y'all get this knowledge is not for y'all to go out and mock other people. You know what I mean? So we was always cognizant of not mocking other people or not doing shit like that. So my mind don't be good like that. I'm gonna tell you the worst thing I might say. I admit this in public. Is when I'm driving, I might be like, damn, these people can't drive. That'll be the worst stereotype. But as far as cracking jokes and talking about people cultural differences or whatever, I don't do that. You know what I mean? And I don't ever want to be found.
You ain't never had a moment where you hear a crazy story about some shit and you be like, man, that's some white people shit.
I do.
Yes.
Okay, then we all
the time.
do. It's not hateful.
All the time.
But I won't say it. But as far as I know, it ain't hateful. But that shit can turn when you start joking about other people or mocking their food or talking about how they dress. Then it turns a certain way, and I don't ever want to put that out there because I don't ever want to gear my mind.
I'm saying if there's raisins in that potato salad, I know one of y'all ain't do it. That's all.
That's a fact.
Hey, look,
the gravy is light skin.
I think maybe Kev's girl did.
Yeah,
Kev throwing some raisins up in that motherfucker.
Yeah, I done had some raisins before inside of the potato salad. You know what I mean? Shit wasn't good though. But
you know the funniest part? I've never once even seen raisins.
That's Kevin, ain't it? I bet you that's Kevin talking. Kevin, you had to eat that shit. That's why you was with that white girl.
I had it before.
You had to eat that shit. You had to eat that shit. You couldn't be like.
Dude, I done had potato salad that had like apples and fucking grapes and shit in it, bro. Like,
that's
for real.
Salad.
This is nasty as fuck.
Hey, Max. Hey, Brandon. I know y'all see Undercover Brother when he ate that sandwich with mayonnaise on it.
Hey, I do love mayonnaise too. Caucasian overload. That's funny.
Hey, listen. Hey, no, but on the real though, hey, Brandon, everything you just named is what I did to Max the whole fucking weekend.
I did it
really? Nah, man.
And this is the thing. Like, nah, man, bro, the shit is fucking funny.
He'll be wanting to talk and shit. Like, we'll be talking about life and shit like that. Like, I'm not that, but I'm a fun, you know what I mean? But I'm not, man, I'm not going to be making fun of people. I'm not going to do that.
Brandon, you gotta admit,
you just gotta be ready for what come back to you, man. That's all I tell people. You just gotta be ready for what come back to you.
And my
you
thing
can't
is,
just tell another person how they should feel. That's all I would say.
If someone genuinely feels I disrespect them or they're uncomfortable with a joke I made or they're like, hey, bro, I don't play without that shit, I respect it to that person.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not gonna be like, oh shit, In Shape is in the room right now, so we can't talk about nothing until he leaves. Oh no, I'm just gonna talk about him about nothing because he don't like that gear for him.
Well, you know, I don't get off into all that. Like I said, I'm not going to try to address every last single person.
I mean, not
then that just shows, you know, that means that I got something with me. Like I'm just always trying to fix and do this. Now that ain't what I'm doing. It was just as far as we all men now.
Let's just
not boys. We're men. So you do understand how the world works. If somebody says something that you might think is out of context, you know what I'm saying? You're going to say something. That's all I was saying. You know, I can't pretend like, you know, I can just make all the racist jokes I want to be like, oh, well, you know, no, that ain't how it works.
But can I tell y'all an issue, honestly, coming from supposedly outside, even though I'm probably very deeply ingrained in culture, probably more than some, is as much as a proud ownership of the culture, right? Whether it's comedy or whether it's rap music or any black culture, and people are very proud, this is our shit, what we have, blah, 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 cool, you're a guest, I get it. When you look at a lot of black culture, a lot of it is derived on the difference between white people do this, black people do that, and we all laugh and find it funny. So if we growing up on that shit our whole life, and then later be like, yo, we the only race that can say white people do this, black people do that. Other people can't compare races, or they can't make jokes about races.
It's the group you with. When you go see a certain comedian, you know he's gonna make race jokes. So you can't show up at his show and be upset. When you go with a group of people like your friends and family, you know they're gonna be race jokes. But there's an expectation. You know what I'm saying? But just to kind of just out of the blue start saying something, and the person sees you like you keep saying, Max, outside the culture. And I already told you, I don't really think that way, but you know what I'm saying? You done slept with, ate with, been around. I do understand what you're trying to say because, like I told you, my family and other parts of my family are mixed. My mom, she always protected us because, like I said, she was she was around a lot of white folks type stuff, but she never used a lot of racial slurs. She always made sure that we were aware of it. Like she would crack jokes here and there and say stuff, but she wanted us to have an understanding of what's uncouth, what you should and shouldn't do. And if you can't take it, don't dish it. That's the biggest thing that she taught us. You know what I'm saying? So don't go over here and start talking trash to this white boy. Then all of a sudden he good at jawing and roasting. Now he hurting your feelings. You know, you can't get mad because you started it. That's what I was saying, you know, throwing rocks and hiding your hands like we say in the South. You know, we just ain't with that, man. If you're going to throw that rock, stand there and let me see who threw it, you know. But Max, I'm not saying you doing that, but I knew people took you out of context. When I first started talking to you, that's why that day you were like, man, I'm just standing on my square. I was like, oh, no, Max, I'm not trying to fight you, kinfolk. It ain't like that. But I understood what you were saying because you've been under attack a lot. And you want people to get past stuff because you've lived it. You know who your brother is, you know, and you think some people are sensitive, you know, some black people or white or whoever they are, they too sensitive because you've dealt with it. But that's you, Max. That's why I told you before, you cut from a different cloth. You seem like you're a lot more, you know what I'm saying, stronger than a lot of folks because like I said, you willing to down your square.
No, you ain't in straight Street Fighter.
But I think it's a generational thing, bro. I think the younger you get, the less people give a fuck about race unless they're taught by older people to give a fuck about race.
Well, that's because the world is changing right now, too, though, Max. They starting to see themselves on television.
No,
just 40 years ago, we didn't see ourselves as much.
I'm going to give you the real.
Hold on, wait. You said how long ago we didn't see ourselves?
Just less than 40 years ago, you didn't really see us on television very much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know, you don't. You know, like now you see these
I thought you said
roles.
20 years. I was like, nah, hold on.
Like 2000 was it.
Yeah, but even since 2000, they've talked about how the number of black female leads have been going up because there's not that. Hell, a lady just recently got fired from the news. I forgot who this woman is. And there's not very many women of color that are in lead positions like that, you know. And of course, we all held to a different standard because a lot of the folks who were able to get those jobs, you know, the moment you mess up in their eyes, quote unquote, then you're out of there. But, you know, everybody else gets thousands of chances. That's another reason why I said that, you know, it is a double standard still. I see it because I told you I've had weapons pulled on me as soon as I moved to where I was at and stuff like that. It was wild because I hadn't dealt with that like since I was like a kid, you know, but people were just intimidated. And I would walk in stores and everything. I've had sheriffs follow me through the convenience store to where I had to turn around and have a conversation with him. And like Brandon had said before, they were just like in awe of me being able to sit there and hold a conversation, you know, and they started to treat me differently when they pulled me over, do this and that, because the biggest thing was about intimidation. I know that from being a black man. A lot of times when they pull you over, they like to see the fear in your eyes. You understand what I'm saying? And since I didn't have that fear in my eyes, I spoke, you know, clearly. I was calm at all times, you know. The whole conversation changed. My wife's seen it a couple of times. I've had police officers ask me to sit in the front seat with them and just hold a little conversation. I've even prayed on side of the road with a police officer that actually pulled me over. And by the time we got finished talking, he told me his wife had just died and he just wanted to get some stuff off his chest. Damn. So she would always see this. And I say, baby, I try my best to show people my intention. And if you a good person, and I'm not saying whether I say you're good or not, I'm just saying that in that situation, it didn't lead to something that was worse, you know, then you're going to try to just leave it in a good place. And I've had cops who, you know, put the pistol to your chest. They need to get that. They need to get that feeling of authority over you. And next, the thing that you have that I also have is that when people really see that you don't care like that, they just kind of wilt in front of you because they're not getting the response they need. And not to be dark and talk about rape, that's another reason why a lot of men do that to women. It's the power that they want to feel. It's a lot of people who just want to have power. That's why I keep circling back to that. And they don't care what it comes with. Money.
Don't forget that men get raped more than women. But nobody.
I'm just saying, like, just in general, I didn't want to say that. I didn't really want to bring it up because I know it's kind of graphic, but that's one of the things that I know that I've talked to women who've been through stuff like that. That when they fought back, the guys would stop and do whatever was weird to them. They say, but as long as they screaming and hollering or whatever, you know, that was the whole thing about it. And that's what just humans, period. You know, we all do it to each other to a certain extent. I didn't mean to ramble on like that, y'all.
Yeah.
But let me add one more thing to this situation with Max. Max, I done talked to Max. I understand Max's perspective. I don't agree with it a lot of times, but I understand it. And there's no malice in it. It's no like coming at you sideways just to say it. That's his perspective. He believes in it. The problem I think us older generation have, like me personally, I'm in these rooms in a corporate environment with people when they get disciplined, about to get fired, people talking to them. I done seen these dudes crying, sitting in the corner crying, literally crying, grown men, 40, 50 years old crying, black dudes. You know, then when they get outside of the room, they talking a different story. They not who they say they are. I think that's the biggest issue. These dudes, the internet has made these people put on a facade of who they really are and who they trying to be. Yep. And it's not the same. It's not the same thing. So people get on here and these same dude ran up on me talking about Kyrie, this, that, and the third. But I seen you crying the other day, talking about these crackers messing with you in the room. Like, come on, man. Like, it's at some point, if people were who they say they were, then the world will be a different place. Because you racist, cool. I don't gotta fuck with you. Okay, you feel like that? All right, cool. It's when you put on these facades and you got to play these games with people, and you act like something that you're really not doing the shit you saying you're doing. When somebody's genuine, believe it or not, that's who they are. People are more accepting of knowing where that person stands. Then they just try to figure out, okay, why does he feel like that?
Great point, man.
Because I've been left standing alone, kinfolk. I know what you mean. I've had people on the job. Like I say, it's only 3 or 4 of us, a handful. I'm, of course, a person that was in a leadership position. People come and talk to me about incidents they having. I sit there, I do the research, I check out everything. We go back over there and talk about it. I'm by myself. So now it seemed like I brought up something. Now I'm the angry black guy on the job. So I've seen my own people do this quite often. And
bro,
it's that intimidation
right
thing.
now, Street Fighter at my new
job. I know you
Yeah.
trying. That's why I was following what the brother was saying. Is that there's a lot of people that tend to be something, but they're not that.
It's like, why you so aggressive? Why you gotta be so mean? I'm like, man, I didn't start this shit. Motherfuckers came for me. I was, like. But for me personally, like, I will always pick a real one over a fake one, regardless if I agree or not, because it's like I got a really, really good friend. This motherfucker is conspiracy out. I'm talking flat earther. I'm talking about the planes never even hit the towers. I'm talking about I'm talking about, he said Bigfoot is an interdimensional being, and that's why, like, motherfuckers out there. But that's my dog, though. You feel me? And I accept all his craziness, all these random, sometimes arguments where he just gets the fuck out and fucking hangs up shit. But that's the homie, because as a person, he's a great person. Regardless of me and him don't agree on half the shit in life, Don't get him started on vaccines and COVID. Like, it's crazy. But that's what I'm saying. I'd rather have that where I can just be like, man, this motherfucker the white man out to get him every fucking day of his life. But that's my dog. Like, regardless, I'd rather deal with that than someone be fake. And then when the pressure hits, when we're in a real life situation, you're not that guy, bruh. And we all know people like that. We know that one friend that talked every fucking time. Man, if that was me, I would have mopped them up. Ooh. And then the one time when shit crack off, he out the back door. Ain't even square up. Like, we know how it is. So that's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes to shit like that, if you're going to give me this, give me that, the same way, right, that when you hear someone that you might think might be, hey, I bet that motherfucker racist and when no one's listening. And then when motherfucker get mad and he hit the hard R, and you like, I knew it, motherfucker, you been, yeah, that's how I felt about Michael Fuller and the Comey nigga shit. He gonna sit here and give everything he got about this word. But the moment he met someone that got him so pissed that he had to say, drop my number and call me, call me, nigga. That's who you really are, bruh. So you can stop all that fake shit now. You can stop it. Like, that's my thing. I think everyone on this panel right here, at least the 5 boxes up here, is genuine to who they are, whether we agree or not, whether we see shit the same way. You're a genuine person, I fuck with you because I accept you as who you are, and I know you ain't faking who you are for me.
Yeah, because I can admit I'm wrong, Max. That's the big thing. That's a character thing for me with people. Like, if you can admit you wrong, man, that shows that you have some kind of, emotional development. People are so emotionally immature is what it is. I just need to win. That's why I was saying that when I first came on here. Some people are just so blinded by that, but it's all, like I say, an insecure thing. If you can genuinely say you're wrong, then that means that you have an understanding. Your brain is going to work correctly. Because if you keep lying, you're going to be, you're going to mislead yourself. The moment you say that you're wrong, that gives you an opportunity to improve upon, and you identified something. And my ego is not overrunning my intellect. People that ego does that. They're so full of ego. You can't even get the math problem right because you feel like it should be 2 + 2 is 5. What does that have to do with actually what 2 + 2 is, though? Well, man, I know. Yeah, man, I know. But I'm brother, calm down. What it is. You just want something to be because it gives you a sense of authority, power. And I had to learn that with me and mine because A lot of times I get excited, well, let's go do this. We're going to stand up. And then when we get there, like he said, you just switch. Now I feel like a fool, because I was willing to go through that fire with you. This is going to change my life. This is going to affect my kids, and then all of a sudden yeah, man, once I start thinking about it, no, you a coward, bro. You backed out. You were fired up because your feelings was hurt. But as close as we got to that door, you started thinking more and more like, man, I might not be able to pay my rent. I might not. Well, brother, you're going to have to take an L. This is when you stand on your square for real and understand that I am going to take a loss for this, but you will not determine who I am and where I'm going with mine. That's the reason why I say I stood on mine. Of course, they thought I was Malcolm Farrakhan, like they cracked jokes on the job, but it was just because I had explained, like, why do y'all say that? You come across as aggressive. I say, well, what exactly do you consider aggressive? And then they started realizing that no, most of the guys they were around, they were kowtow. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I was one of the first brothers that they came around. I was like, man, I don't give a damn about you. I care about what you believe and all this. But to them, they always had that feeling of being more around people that looked like me. Like they can be a big guy, little guy, it didn't make any difference. That's the reason why I say when a lot of these police officers will pull me over, I can tell that that's what they wanted. They would ask, could you step out the vehicle? No. Did you hear what I said? I say, sir, did you hear what I said? Oh, I see you're going to be a problem. I say, well, we haven't even talked about what we're stopping about yet. And then in that moment, they like, whoa. I'm like, yeah. So officer such and such, could you identify yourself first and foremost? Let me know what you're stopping me. And now it's like, oh, well, man, now your whole demeanor is different. Because you see now that I'm not one of the ones that you're going to make yourself feel better about when you get back in the car and tell jokes. It's something as simple as that. And it's the same thing with everything. You're not a man is what I'm saying. I don't care about your race, about your social status or nothing. I don't care about how much you know. If it does not affect your character, carry your ass on. You know what I mean? Because you're never going to impress me with what you have. You're going to impress me with what you do. That's what I've learned. I learned that's how I eat. That's how I'm safe. That's how I can trust an individual because they're the same every day. I can set my watch to you instead of you just flip-flopping and waffling like you hear me say from time to time, whatever's the new thing that you want to get into. That's what I don't. So I felt you on that, Mex, because how can I trust you? Eventually, you're going to stab me in the back because, hell, you different every day, man. That's all I'm saying on that type of thing, man. My bad. Let me get back off again because I do get long-winded, man.
Hey, let me tell you something crazy, right? This is why I don't like niggas. Like I'm like not niggas, but people. Like because I'm the same nigga every day, bro. I expect niggas to be the same, right? And that is, if I got a problem with something, I'm gonna let you know, bro. I'm not gonna just like let it linger and just act like everything good. Like, no, you gotta talk about it. Don't just act like everything good and then you fake as a motherfucker. And that's what I learned about this. That like since I've been on leave. When I go back to work, bro, I'm not talking to none of them niggas, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah. But you can't, Macau, you can't let fake people change you, bro. I'm gonna tell you like,
man, fuck all that, man. See, that's
let me say this, Kyle. Let me say this. Like, fake people gonna be who they gonna be, man. Like that's very
the point.
obvious.
They're not who they are.
Yeah, but that's what they is. You can see it. You can see it, Max. Like when you put pressure to something, you can see exactly what it is when you put that pressure on it, and you know what you're dealing with. You know exactly what you're dealing with. Like if that's not part of your character, that's not part of your character. It's certain roles that we play in life to help people, and we have those kind of roles. Even though when you think people ain't looking, people are paying attention. So if just because that dude don't got no character and he do some punk ass shit, I'm not gonna do it. I ain't got nothing to do with what he got going on. That's him. He decided he made that decision to do that. So like I've even gotten to the point where I know personally plenty of people where I have a role with the union where I help several people get the job, and then they don't know that I've helped them, and I walk past them while they in the corner talking to the very same dude that tried to fire him and say it wasn't me, it was him. He told me to do that, and I don't say nothing to him. I know exactly what's going on with certain people. So people's character will always flow through it. It's not going to change who I am. I'll never change my character to who I am based on somebody's flawed character and their flawed temperament and their need to fit in. Most men, being a man is a lonely place, and most people can't do it because you stand by yourself. You don't stand in groups. Groups don't get you nowhere. You stand by yourself. Especially as a black man, you stand all by yourself most of the time. And that's a hard place to be. People can't handle that kind of pressure.
You got to have a lot of internal conversations with yourself. Like they say, when you're trying to fix yourself, man, and you're going to be alone, you have to understand that you're going to be uncomfortable. And I'm telling you from experience. I told you, I've never got on here to impress anybody, to make y'all think I'm any more than what I am, but I know what I'm talking about because I had to do it. Sometimes I had to, you know what I mean? But most of the times, you know, I just wanted to, because I started to understand when I had these men that came before me, like we were saying earlier, man, they went through hell, man. And sometimes, you know, you get a little tired and you get broke down and you get to thinking and feeling it. And I'm, you know what, I'm internalizing this anger. These people, like the brother just said, I'm starting to take on that and I'm holding it inside. And then what they say, you become what you hate. So in my 20s, I was able to kind of get out of that, you know, because you just wonder like, damn, why is motherfucker always worrying about me, man? Why people misunderstand me? But it wasn't that. It was, like he said, it was my character. I just stood a certain way. Some people laugh at jokes. I didn't laugh at those jokes. I never asked for anything. You know, they always felt like we should come to them and beg for this and this and that. So since I'll go hungry, I told them that I'll eat lunch meat every day by itself. And some folks don't like that. They need to have something because, I mean, back in the Gap, I really used to study a lot of confidence men, con men and psychos, because I was trying to understand white folks. I know that sounds a little racist, but I'm just bear with me. And I realized one of the first things I learned with the con is that, you know, every human, once you find out what they want, you can take advantage of it. It don't make no difference how intelligent you are. Once I figure out what you want, I can take advantage of it. You know, so when I learned that, I'm like, oh, so if you don't want nothing, like they say, you a dangerous man. You know, like if you cool where you at, you a dangerous individual because they can't get you to pick a side. So it's not even about being right or wrong. It's just that they want to be in control of you too. So since you're not going to be part of our group, you might tell on me too, because we doing stuff we ain't got no business. So it's not even so much as like I tell you character sometimes. I just need to know that we can do dirt together. You know, and when I said the serial killer thing, I just wanted to understand what was going on in people's minds to make them just want to do that. Of course, there's some biology in it. It's like they say environmental and this and this and that, because to be so brutal, you know, sometimes when you hear some of this stuff, you're like, God, because I couldn't bring myself to do it. Anytime I felt like I was going to be doing something along those lines, like I told you in the story before about somebody, you know, waxing me with some dope, I'm not going to do it for a frivolous reason. I'm not going to mark my soul up and kill somebody or do something because they hurt my feelings. But everybody don't think like that. You know, I'm not that fragile. When I told Mex that I respect him for that, I understood that he had been through some stuff. He has a daughter now he's taken care of. He's well adjusted, has a certain quality of life. So all in all, he's all right. But a lot of folks are not like that, man. They are very, very, and when I say fragile, it's because I started working with a lot of youngsters in them like 2015, 18, and just to hear them talk about some of that stuff. Some of the stuff was just, man, you had a charmed life, bro. You know, some of the stuff you comparing and you trying to complain about, it's not really a big thing, but it's just because you've been so comfortable most of the time. You see, when you go through a lot of stuff, you tend to appreciate more too, especially when you get on the other side of it. But it does build your character and you're strong and you know what you can deal with. But if you never, ever go through anything, a lot of times you're the most evil and uncomfortable because you just lashing out. I tell my baby this, you insignificant. I mean, you insecure and arrogant at the same time. You insecure because you worry about if people talking about you. But when they're not talking about you, you think they're talking about you. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's that little sickness that a lot of folks
the world revolve around you. That shit
yeah, my bad. Like I said, my bad, y'all. I don't really mean to go on them tangents, you know.
No, I'm glad you brought that up, because that was going to be my next.
Listen, man, we enjoy your tangents, man.
Yeah, because I do get on here to rap with y'all, and I want to. And one of the things that I like, Kyle, is different age groups on here. Because
this exact segue into exactly what I was going to wait to ask all y'all, because I think all of us got kids. I think, right? Or I'm pretty sure.
Yes,
so, like,
sir,
as parents, we can admit. So I know I can admit that as much as I'm very involved in my daughter's life, with everything she does, watches her swag, what she wears, all this shit, I still know that I'm a little out of the gap. There's still some things that with this 13-year-old that I don't understand why they like it, what the swag is, what the newest trend is. I'm like, yo, even though I'm down, I'm kind of like out the loop a little bit, right? We can admit that as parents would come to our kids. How come our OGs can't admit, hey, I think I might be a little out the loop. You feel me? When I grew up in the hood, it was the 70s, before the crack epidemic either. So yeah, it was a different kind of hood. Wasn't even no gangs. So you could be like, I was poor when I was broke too, when I was younger, but it's like, if you're 60 something, it's a different kind of, like, why is it so hard for some people to admit, like, even though I have this knowledge, maybe I am also out the loop of what this young generation going through. Because even me as a 36-year-old, I'm out the loop on what 13-year-olds are into. You know what I'm saying? And why they do the things they do and the people they follow and the life and the mentalities they have and what the newest trend and wave and what they're being told at school. You know, obviously you got that tranny shit popping up, you got all this other, you don't really know what's cracking. You're not at the school with them. So it's like, how come OGs can't say, hey, because we as youngsters can say, the first thing we say, man, I ain't lived back then, I don't give a fuck. Right? Which admits I don't know what the fuck you're talking about because I ain't lived it. But the OGs are like, well, I lived in 1995. I remember, yeah, but you were 35 with a family. Like, you feel me? So yeah, you lived in that era, but you ain't really, you're still disconnected. And maybe that's why we're not gonna get nowhere, because one side just says I've been around longer and I've seen it all, so they're fine. No, another side is like, we really out here still, and you're not here, you're on your couch, so you don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I think when it comes to this age shit, we do want to learn from each other, but to me, in this, it gives me a biased point of view, obviously, because I'm a little bit younger. But it seems like the OGs are a little closed off to admitting, like, hey, you know, maybe I am out the loop. You know, tell me what's good. It's just, nah, I know, you don't know. You don't know shit. It's like, bro, you're not even out here. You don't know shit. You don't even go to school. How do you know what schools are talking about? Do you think there's still all this racism like it used to be at schools? Because I could say since I grew up, you still have, you know, little quick riots and blacks and Mexicans. There's always in California, there's always a black and Mexican riot at every public school in California at least once a year, guaranteed, like clockwork. Probably got a date and a time for it. But other than that, it's like, this shit's really progressive, bro. These kids nowadays ain't dealing with the shit I was dealing with. I was dealing with shit my OGs were dealing with, and so on and so forth. So, like, where is it? I just don't know.
Old scars, Max. Some people can't deal with it. You know, they still remember being bullied, or they still remember being chased home, or like you said earlier, they remember the crosses being burned. We all got to deal with our own stuff. You know, that's the biggest thing. And you know that, like I said, the older you get, the more, you know, the more stern you be about your beliefs. That's the thing. Young kids are still developing. They still are like, you know, they've investigated. They want to know things because they don't know. Some people get to a certain age and feel like you say, oh, I know it all now, you know. And anytime I get around those type of individuals, like I said, I tend to just stay quiet because I don't want to share in your pain because it's ridiculous. And Brandon said it earlier, it's grains of sand, man. It's so much to know you'll never know. That's the first thing that you're going to understand as a person with your character. You know, I keep saying character, because that's what it is. What are my intentions? What am I really here for? I can sit here and say I'm sitting around these young folks because I want to give them game. But no, in reality, I'm mad because maybe I started late in my life. Some of these kids seem like they bore off. And if I can just do anything to feel like I have some authority over them, I'm going to do it. And that shows the dysfunction in your mind. You know, because I keep saying that same thing about.
But some of that's changed, though. Not everything.
Bro, I'll be jealous as fuck at some of these fucking 21-year-olds out here, bro.
Some things haven't changed. Some things haven't changed though, Max. Everything ain't. There's some progression with a lot of things, but some things at the root of it hasn't changed. Like
I think a lot of the root
say there's
of a lot of
progression with a lot of things in this world right now. With a
I
lot
think
of stuff, but like being a man,
say that again, brother. You breaking
those
up.
core principles.
Say that again. You was breaking up. Repeat that little last part. I didn't hear you.
Some things haven't changed, like at the core of them. Like, what is it to be a man? And what is it?
That's the change. Oh, you're breaking up, Pitts.
Those core values, that character, and what the concept of it, that hasn't changed. There's a lot of progression with a lot of things, like the way you parent, the way you work. A lot of those things haven't changed, but some things at their core and their root, those things haven't changed. But a lot of times, there's a gap between the youth and the older, where the youth have the vigorous and the ignorance of just, you know, the progressive, they know how to get there. And then there's the old person who's went that way and made a couple wrong turns. And then they take that energy and then they take their fear and they try to push it on somebody else, the youth that's beneath them. So there's a gap there that's in between there. But some things have not changed at all. And there's a lot of things that have, but there's some core things that'll never change, like family, like what it is to be a man, what it is to be a woman, marriage.
Bro, those
some
are
of those
the
things never
biggest changes
change.
that are going down. Pittsburgh, they're definitely trying to change what it means to be a man and a woman. That's the main fight probably right now.
But that's always been like that. Mainstream media is always pushing narratives. I'm talking about
but
at its core to be a man.
If you look at all the if you look at all the statistics, that agenda or that push is working, bro. When you look at the people that identify as being gay, people identify as being trans, divorce rates, all these different things, they've all gone the other way, and it's not a coincidence.
But I'm saying that at its core though, Max, what is it? Has it changed what it is to be a man? Has that changed at its core? Forget what the agenda that they're pushing.
I mean, not
has
to
that
us.
Core
Not
changed?
to us. Not to us, but
that's
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
know.
No matter what somebody tries to tell it.
What I'm saying, Pittsburgh, is I don't know if it changed to a 12-year-old that's still trying to learn himself what to become a man.
No, but that's progression. That's progression.
But I'm saying
learn that eventually.
Because nowadays, I mean, even in our days, like a lot of us weren't fully really. I mean, we were raised by our parents, but like we went to school for 8 hours. Sometimes come home, guess I wait for your parents to come home. I make your own dinner. You see them for a couple hours a day, and on the weekends, if you're lucky, you all get to go do some shit together. Like nowadays, it's probably even worse because you got to work more jobs. So like now, it's like the kids are getting raised by YouTube, media, their friends at school, their little social circles. Like yeah, their parents tell them one thing, but you're the odd man out. If you even have both parents, you're odd man out. So you know what I'm saying? So that's always been my biggest fear is what's going to happen when the whole world is against what your dad's saying. Your dad's saying, hey, don't you ever do this. But TV says you can. Taylor Swift says you can. Your friends say you can. Your basketball coach says you can. Your math teacher says you can. The principal says, hey, you know, you're free to do what you want. But like everyone in your life says it's okay, but your dad. What you gonna
remember we had Charles Barkley back. You about my age, Max. Remember we had Charles Barkley who said I ain't your role model.
Yeah.
Who's slapping people and pushing them down. And we've always had fucked up role models that's been in that's been non-white. That's been ethnic.
I'm not talking about one or two though, Pittsburgh. I'm talking about everybody. I'm talking about one or two. Okay, like right now, if you try to tell your kid, hold on, if you try to tell your kid today that being a tranny is weird, that not saying it's wrong or right. If you say, hey, actually weird, and your kid goes to school and says, hey, and she has the belief that her dad's hard, that shit's weird. 90% of everyone out there is gonna come for you. You're gonna have to sit down, probably have a conference, and all sorts of shit. They're tell you you're wrong, and then the whole society's gonna say you're wrong. If you ever had a show or a YouTube shit, you probably get canceled or reprimanded. Like so, really, there is everyone versus a traditional belief. Now, we traditionally, as men that are raising our children, and shout out to all of us because I know everyone here is involved with their children, which is really a big reason why I fuck with everyone off top. So shout out to y'all. But we are involved with our children for sure. We have certain values we're trying to put in them. But when they step out that house and we're at work and they're at school and the seesaw somehow starts getting tilted. So one, your bond got to be so strong with your kid that she knows that, hey, even though the world is going against this, I trust my dad more than them. And that's the bond I hope that we got to create is when those formative years start coming, those teenage years where they're thinking, where everyone's telling them something, or they start kind of opening their eyes like, maybe my dad lying about, I don't know. But the trust, like, you know, this motherfucker never lied to me before, never let me down, always came through. I'm gonna still rock them.
Yeah, that's society on the whole too, though. I told you everything goes back to that social acceptance. People think social acceptance means that it's right, you know, because you know at one time we had prohibition, alcohol. Oh my God, don't drink, you can go to jail. And then all of a sudden, boom, it blew back up. They sell more liquor than anything, you know. Of course, marijuana. Oh, only Mexicans and blacks and jazz players. You shouldn't do it. You're gonna lose your mind. And now, you know, you see stores everywhere. You know, you can order it online. So that's the thing. Like you said, I understood what Pittsburgh was saying. Like certain core values don't change. That's why you have this liberal on this side and, you know, all this stuff that people talk about. I don't get too much caught in that. And I told my kids too. I said, it's going to be things that you may learn later on that you're not comfortable with that I showed you. I want my kids to be thinkers. That was the big thing. And I had no problem ever telling my children when I was wrong. See, if you can tell them that you're wrong or incorrect, they trust you. Then they're not that do as I say, not that I do type stuff. You know, where the grass is blue and the sky is green. You know how our parents used to be. You know, they were trying to protect you with the best that they could because they only had a certain amount of tools. As times go on, more parents have more tools. And the big thing is just that it's just the media. We weren't so inundated with information like they were. Once the internet hit, man, everything just went on warp speed. So now you used to have to find a nudie mag. You can Google it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You wanted to know, you know, about you had to go to your cousin's house with the encyclopedias. Yeah. And now you can
God damn. Yeah, you had to have a tape. Remember, you had to have a tape. You had to have VHS tape and watch it on TV. There wasn't no phone to sneak off with. You had to be on tape. People had to be gold.
It's one thing just after go magazine. He said a nudie bag. Is that a down south thing? Because I ain't never heard that in Cali. A nudie bag.
Man. They had them, man. Oh, I love the tape. You had to get a tape. You had to get It wasn't no DVD.
Hey, I had them posters on my walls now. I had them posters in the back of my closet walls. When mom come out closing bitches, be on the back.
You don't know, so you don't call it a skin flick either, Max?
Nah, it was porno.
A skin flick,
yeah. Yeah, it's different. It's some things don't change though, Max. Because look, remember
for sure.
When we was kids, remember they had the women's movement too that started kind of pushing up too. You had Roxanne and her TV show and all that. The women's movement with the gays and all that foolishness. It kind of started. It was the infant stages of where it is right now. That kind of started where you couldn't really say it was a women's power movement where they were fighting for the rights to be out and working and getting equality and all of that. They didn't know it evolved into the mess that we got right now, but that was the beginning phases of that. People were trying to figure out what the hell are they doing.
That's the thing about Pandora's box, man. Once you open it, you can't put the shit back in, and other things come out with it. You think you opened it just to grab this real quick? Nah, you know how it works, and then that's how it goes. I like
who's in power and can I be punished for it? You know what I'm saying? Who's in power and can you be punished for it? That's why most people go. They don't want to lose their money. And if you start having more people who are gay in positions of authority, then they're going to want to change the lifestyle. You know, look at me. I'm good. You know, it's nothing wrong with it. You know what I'm saying? So I know that's what I say, because when I talk to my kids, because of course I have gays in my family. You know, we talk, we've had discussions. I had a knockout drag out maybe almost 20 years ago, because one of the people, like I said, that was related to me, and I've talked about this with this person. They were talking about how they felt about religion. And, you know, I was like, well, what makes you feel that way? Then, of course, it was just because it bumped up against their way of living. I said, but what do you exactly know about the religion? Like, what do you know? And they really didn't know anything. So I was like, you see what I'm saying? You just say it goes against what you believe. You should at least try to investigate. Even if you feel that they're your enemies or you don't understand, in order for you to get a great understanding even of what you believe, sometimes you got to delve into stuff that you're going to find uncomfortable. I started reading about the Klan. I started understanding how many people were in the government, you know, at times who dealt with them and all kind of stuff like that, because my mom would always say, know your enemy. Didn't always understand it when I was a kid. She sent us to different churches when we were young. You know what I'm saying? And I used to be so uncomfortable. I used to hate it. Then you can reflect back on those moments when you're an older person and start to understand why she did it. You know, it was certain stuff she knew she couldn't show me. And it was going to be things she can talk about. But, you know, my mom, like, all right, mama, you know what I'm saying? You tripping. There you go with this again. But when you see it with your own eyes, then you can develop your own way about it, your own way of thinking about it. But when I say social acceptance, especially with America, we wide open. People from other countries think we crazy as hell and hypersexualized and hyperviolent anyway. You know, America's the best place in the world, but we don't do well with childcare like Norway and these other countries. You know what I'm saying? You don't have paternity for the fathers and stuff like that. So how are we the best? But they just keep telling you they the best. We the best. We the best. You know what I'm saying? But you got to prove that to me. When I keep circling back to that social acceptance things, because now you said people are saying it's cool if you tell your child that, you know, this is weird to be this way, and they do go to school and they talk about it, they're going to be held accountable for it. Now you're going to have to still tell the child, like, well, according to how we live and what we believe, you know, you got to do those type of things. And they're going to be things that you don't understand, blah, blah, blah. Even in the midst of that, the only thing I wanted them to be able to do is to think, because I know when it's all said and done, it's still my children's life. And I don't want to be some bitter old man who's fearful and I'm putting my feelings on them. You know, I don't want them, because I can't see what they see because they're the new generation. When I was young, you couldn't just walk around. You had to have, even before beepers. You understand what I'm saying? You had to go to the payphone. You ask a kid what a payphone is, now they look at you crazy, you know? So that's the thing that I'm saying. Like, you have to be intelligent enough to know that there's something outside your realm, and you have to be confident and within yourself to go and study that also. Not to think, oh, I'm just too old for that, you know. Well, then you're going to have a limited understanding, and your opinion means nothing now because you don't know what we're talking about. You just telling me what happened back in 74, but I'm talking about 2024. You know, I do understand that. That's just a basic, like I say, as far as intelligence. When my kids say something, they know I'll go, what? What's that? I don't know what that is. You know, I quickly say that to them, and they always, well, that, hey, let me show you. See what you're going to, and that gives them a sense of pride. You understand? That builds their character. And they like, because my daddy knows what he knows, but I can also trust my daddy to know he gonna tell me, man, I have no idea what the hell you now. What's Jake? What they doing now, baby? You know, and they like that. I call myself the dinosaur. You know, I'm a dinosaur. I just finally got an Instagram, like I told them. I'm mummy dust. You know what I'm saying? On most stuff, and I admit to that. But that's why they trust me. They trust me because I don't walk around like I'm some all-knowing. You know, I come across as with flaws, it makes them comfortable with their flaws. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't mean to be preaching. What's up, Reggie?
Hey, I agree so much with you, man, because that's how I've got a lot of criticism from my family, because I have like more of a like that relationship with my daughter where it's like, if you think something I said is unfair or something, then you can approach me with it, but you got to bring a solution. You can't just say what the problem is. You got to say, here's what I think is a good solution. Whether I agree or not, whether it is one or not, at least train your brain to come up with a solution or two or three.
Don't be a fault finder. Yeah, you're just a fault finder. I don't like that either, a fault finder. Yeah. I tell my kids, don't just, well, it's this and this and okay, so what did you think about it? Or I had a friend, like one of my in-laws. He was always complaining about his gig. And one day I was listening and I just sat there and finally asked him, I say, so what did they say when you talked to him? Oh man, I ain't really, oh man, I don't want to just hear you barking and crying then, man. You're not trying to come up with a resolve. You come here every day telling us how you feel about what you got going on at work, but you haven't even addressed the individuals that was giving you the, okay, man, I don't mean to be mean or anything like that, but I'm gonna go back here and sit down. I don't really want to, because I don't want to just be like that. I've even been on it here and I've heard people in the chat say, oh, so we should just get white folks to accept. It's like, see, you misinterpreted what I'm saying, because that's what you think I'm saying. That's what you need for me to say. What I'm saying is that I just like for people to admit what's happening. That's one of the big things that when you talk to people, they try to pretend like something's not happening. But I also have, some hope for you then, because if you're willing to lie, you at least know what's right. Some people who just don't know, you're just oblivious to stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing. But even folks who tend to lie to me, I have a little hope for them, because in order for you to lie, you have to understand what's right. You understand? And like I said, I don't mean to get all over the place with y'all, like I say, but whenever y'all start having these kind of discussions, this is the stuff that I initially wanted to get on here about and just talk to people. Because just in my personal life, when I would go places and finally do talk to people, they'd be like, man, you ought to do a YouTube channel. You ought to do this. You ought to do that. And I said, okay, I can understand that, but I don't necessarily want to get paid off of it. I'm really trying to better myself. This is a selfish thing. I want to know. I really want to understand. I know I'm not going to always be on the side of right because I'm a human. You know what I mean? But I at least want to have an understanding. I don't want to just walk around blindly and just be like, because I say so, because that's the reason why the world is like it is now. One group is saying this and one group is saying that. And when it's all said and done, it's really the group with the most authority who's going to be right. But that doesn't make it right. But if you are, like I said, if you don't stand for something, you're going to fall for anything, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I just don't want my children to be like that. I want them to be independent thinkers that understand. Because I didn't always get along with their mom, just within your house, you have disagreements on how you want to raise your children. She may be this way, you may be that way. And that was one of the big things too, especially if you got people like they say who have issues with their parents. Everything is that trickle down. So like you say, Max, now you have a relationship with your daughter. Some parents feel like they're little robots. They just need to do what you say and that's it. You know the best. And that ain't how I roll. My mom wasn't like she had certain rules you wasn't going to break. But she always wanted to know how you well, baby, what you think about that? And people would hear her in the store be like, oh, girl, you be asking your kid. And all of us are more intelligent than their kids. We still hear type stuff. Some of them are locked up in this and that because she allowed that. Now, she did put
kids are better teachers sometimes because they're more innocent. They're more truthful. So you could actually learn a lot from kids. And they don't have as much stress as we do as adults. So much thinking of like my job and my girl and this relationship and the homies and bills, and they just like go to school, come home, play, whatever, you know what I mean? So it's like there's so much shit that my daughter's been right. And even though sometimes she catch with that sassy ass attitude, she's like, and I want to be mad, but like, fuck, you're right. And I gotta let her know you're right. And I was wrong. And I've always like gave her that confidence. And she was like 2-3 years old. She'd be coming up with like, well, Dad, how about first I go and I pay for some Barbies and then I'll go clean my room. And I'm like, okay, we can agree on that. It's a deal. Cool, but you gotta keep your word. You know what I'm saying? So ever since we were little, she's had this saying, okay, we could do it. Maybe we could do it this way. Sometimes I tell her no. Sometimes I say, yeah, if it's a good idea. But sometimes that kid is absolutely right. And I'm completely just like, it was so simple. I complicated it my fucking self. You know what I mean? Just as an adult with my adult brain. Like kids are just like, I want to just do this. And I'm like, fuck, you're right. No, that's way easier. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're right. You do it your way.
That's like, character building. You building a character. Like I said, once you can trust yourself, when you can just first trust yourself, then you're good. Because it took me a long time to do that. For a while, I was being led around by the nose. A lot of folks that you figure like, well, they got a lot of money, so they must be right, And then one day it just dawned on me, some of the most educated, powerful, and rich people owned people. Like they were slave owners. Some of the richest people ever. So were they really good people? And when you hear people say, "Nah, well, they get in the bag, they get in the bag," that's how I tend to think. Like, okay, so you having the ability to make money determines what type of character you have. Like, where are you going with that? You know, but that's how some people see things. They really think that once you acquire a lot, that must mean that you're successful. You know, but that's not true. Yeah, go ahead. My bad, Pete.
But you know, most people, like in any corporate structure, even in the sports world, money and positions that people gain, they're all about relationships. They're not about qualifications. Qualifications are less important than the relationships that you have. That's why you'll see players that be on teams for 10 and 12 years and they're not playing. They're just sitting on the bench. You'll see managers and CEOs, and then the CEO of like Lowe's, it's a lady. She went from Lowe's for a couple of years. She got all this stock. Then she went now she's at UPS. And now when she gets out of UPS, she's going to go to another company because they all have those relationships. Relationships are more important than anything in order to wealth building. So if you relate that back to what you just said as far as money goes, it's not about knowledge. It's about those relationships that they have. And they might not even be good fucking relationships. They could be veered in racism. They can be veered in just personal family relationships. They can be veered in nonsense. But there's some kind of relationship that gives somebody an edge. Whereas between the person that they don't know, the unvariable, that's highly qualified, and the person they're comfortable with. We see that in sports with coaches. We see it with players. It's damn sure all sprinkled all throughout the corporate environment. That situation hasn't changed, and it's been like that for years. So money isn't a barometer to measure like intelligence, because intelligence doesn't really have a lot of times it doesn't have, when you get to a certain level, like you can only go to a certain level with just education. Once you get to a certain level in most companies, even if you're privately owned and you're trying to get contracts, you have to have some kind of relationship with those folks in order to get those big contracts, those government contracts. That's why a lot of those folks who are in certain environments, they all play golf or they all play tennis, because that's where all the deals are made. The deals are made on the golf course. The deals are made at the tennis club. That's where the deals are made. Most people don't know that, but that's what happens. And then people who don't know that, they feel ignorant of it. Oh, you just out there. No, that's where the deals are. That's where that person is going out there. That's where they making those relationships at. That's very important with all of this stuff. People are just ignorant to the fact of how things work still, even today.
Hey, I work at Pebble Beach, and you are absolutely right.
Yeah, it's not what they always say. And if he's a construction guy, he says it's not what you know, it's who you know. That's in a nutshell.
Hey, but at the same time, I think money does show some type of intelligence, because it is hard to acquire a vast amount of wealth, regardless of how you do it, and keep it. Now, I'm talking about just getting money and keeping it, because a lot of people get rich overnight and then they blow it and then they're done. But for the ones that are able to acquire wealth and get generational wealth, there is a sort of intelligence. Now, don't determine your heart or your character, because you might have got it in a sleazy way. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I meant by character.
But you do have to be, even to be an evil person, sometimes you can be diabolical, which isn't very intelligent, but just for the wrong cause. So, I think definitely having money and keeping money and being able to keep money coming is got to be some type of smarts, bro, because it's not something the average person can do.
No, I didn't mean it like that. Because y'all touched on role models earlier, and I heard y'all saying, because I had to walk out and grab something.
Oh, you're saying money just don't make a role model? Because okay.
When I was saying that earlier, like some of the people that don't make smart. Yeah, they try to sit here. They try to sit here and say this person is better just because they pay more taxes, basically. And it's like, oh no, bro, you misconstrued, bro. You're gonna be looking crazy. No, you can't say that this person is somebody that you want to follow behind just because they're comfortable in life.
Hey, man, in shape to segue into that, man. You know I fuck with Face and Devin, right? So my daughter's 13 now. She's been really into these, the throwback hip hop graphic tees. I've been getting her as much as I can. So she started asking me different things about myself. Dad, who's your favorite? Who's your top 5? Like, what are your favorite songs from them? And all this other stuff now. She's into it. So I'm letting her listen to Pop, my number one forever. I'm letting her listen to Scarface. You know what I'm saying? Which, hey, like I said, I'm not worried about my daughter killing no one, joining a gang, being a kingpin. I don't let her listen to sex shit and drug shit, right? But violent shit, I don't give a fuck. I ain't worried about her doing any of that shit. So I let her listen to Scarface. I let her listen to Devin. You know what I'm saying? Then she started asking me, what about people that aren't rappers? Like, who are the best, right? So I was like, that's a good question. I'm thinking overall musicians. So I let her listen. We had a whole day of Marvin Gaye. We had a whole day of fucking Bob Marley, right? Now, after that whole day of Bob Marley, I started thinking to myself, I really think that dude might be the greatest lyricists of all time, bro. The shit he was talking about in his shit in the 70s, I think, right? 70s through the 80s, like incredible shit, bro. Like incredible shit about the government, about radiation, about like the same thing with Marvin Gaye. Marvin Gaye had whole songs that was, that was Mercy Mercy Me, like that's just about like environmental hazards and shit. I'm like, yo, these dudes, like, I feel like I would want my daughter to marry a man that was like Bob Marley, except without all the fucking kids, of course. But
you want somebody that's socially aware, like you said. Yeah, you want her to be socially aware.
What did Trump tell y'all? When you got money and you're famous, they'll let you grab my pussy, and that's what happened. Bro.
Hey, but that literally happens, though. You know this. I know a few cases where the manager, the person in charge, that did that shit.
You feel me? Come on.
I know a few places where the manager, the person in charge, and did that shit. The company paid the lawsuit, demoted the guy. He stayed down from being in charge to maybe a lower level supervisor for a couple of years. And after they paid the lawsuit and everybody forgot, that dude just get pushed right back up. So Trump wasn't lying about what he was saying. It's just how he said it that throw people off, because that happens every single day. You go look at some of these lawsuits of these major corporate. Look at Elon Musk. Look at how many baby mamas and kids he got out of. Look at his daddy. Y'all know the story about his dad, right?
I wanted to know more about that. Break that down, because I didn't know about the whole kids thing with Elon and all that.
Listen, his dad married. His dad has 2 kids from Elon Musk's stepsister. Yo, you hear me? Y'all hear me?
What the fuck?
Yeah, Elon Musk's dad has 2 kids from his stepsister. Look it up. And so then like Elon Musk has 3 different. Yeah, he's got 2, and his dad like 60-some years old. So like, just like he's saying, like, look, just because these people got money don't mean they got high moral character. Elon Musk himself, he's got 3 different baby mamas. I think it's 3 or 4, some crazy amount.
Yeah,
and nobody like they
wait, Pittsburgh. You said that the father has 2 children with the sister?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Look it up.
The father has 2 kids with his own stepdaughter.
Yep, look it up. Stepsister. Elon Musk's stepsister. 2 kids. Look it up.
Which is his
and they grew up in the house together. It's not like they were in separate houses. The child grew up in the house with that man.
Hey, that's like that Woody Allen shit, man.
Yep, same shit. Nobody. But see, these are things that people don't. When people start putting people on pedestals, it starts overshadowing the character of what people are, because they throw the money around. So you stop looking at the other shit. And then if you look at the car, okay, now I'll give you another thing.
Okay, but what about Elon? What about Elon? That's his daddy.
Okay, that's his daddy. Well, Elon's got 3. Well, look, let me say this. You ever heard of Lucid, the car? Lucid Technology, the car, the Lucid Air car, the one that's got the grill with the HD light all the way across the front. That guy I think his last name is Raleigh. That guy he's in the car industry for like 15 years. One of the chief designers at Tesla, the Model 3. Can you hear me?
You going out?
You going out, Pittsburgh?
Am I back?
Yeah, you in and out. Oh, no, you're out again.
Can you hear me? You guys hear me now?
You're back and forth, though.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
I hear you now, but you are going in and out, Pittsburgh.
Can you hear me? Okay, let me know if I go out. Just wait. Yeah, can y'all hear me now? I should be in a better area now.
Oh no. No, you done. You done, man. Yeah, you done.
Yeah, y'all go ahead. I'll try to come back in when I forget.
And not to switch it up, but does anybody know what the fucking fights are this weekend?
Like, man, hold up. He's still blowing my mind with that. I'm letting that sink in.
Yeah, that's some weirdo shit. But I mean, Elon having baby mamas ain't really a big deal to me, because a lot of rich dudes got hella babies with hella different side bitches. So they stupid for going in that shit raw, but sometimes they trust their side bitch. So
can y'all hear me now?
There you go.
How about now? Am I clear?
Yeah, you good.
All right. Now look at the Tesla. Look at the Tesla car, right? The Model 3, which is their primary car. that you see on the road today. They haven't changed that model since who knows when, right? Like you'll buy a new car and it'll look exactly the same as a car from 10 years ago, right? Outside of the car that does 2.0 to 60 in like under 2 seconds. Outside of that car, they're all pretty much exactly the same. The Model 3 is just different variances, right? So that particular car, they had that car. The guy who was the chief engineer is now the he's the CEO of Lucid, which is another electric car company. That guy was part of Tesla, but he was also in the car industry for 10, 15 years before that. And he's one of the chief designers to design that. And he left that company and he went to Lucid. You haven't seen another car. They come up with another model. They ain't even changed that shit. They don't even try to change it. They changed the interior of it. So like, let it sink in on how you just been lied to, how these people are always trying to push people and tell you how genius they are and how they this and they that. But they all have teams. Not to say that they're dumb, but they're not the people that these people are saying that they are. That's all I'm saying. We just have to be careful with these people when they start putting them on pedestals. You just got to be careful with these people.
Hey, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Are you speaking about the brother that used to that worked for that's been in the car industry forever? And he was I think he was the chief. You're not talking about the brother? Well, it's a brother.
No, this is a white guy. This is a white guy named Rollins.
Okay.
He was
there was a brother that helped design that that put Tesla on the map as well. He started his own car company. He built his own car.
Yeah, you talking about somebody different. Yeah, but this guy was one of the chief. That guy was up under him. Like most of those guys were on the initial development of that Tesla Model 3. You haven't seen them kind of veer from that. Like you'll see BMW, they'll go from a square body to a round body. They'll make it the same thing with Mercedes. They'll make small changes. You haven't really seen much of any change on the Tesla. I'm not saying that just to say that fuck Tesla. I'm just saying that people have to be careful when they give like this one person so much credit and they don't look at all the people, like you say, on that team that surrounded that. And once that team gets broken up, you can't bring that magic back.
That's true, but it's the same concept as when slave owners took credit for what slaves created. You know, it's the same concept. Yeah, Elon Musk is credited with that Tesla, even though he was just a person that was saying yes or no to whatever next steps they were taking to make the car better. He wasn't the guy that designed anything. He didn't design nothing. Now the guy I was talking about, Elon Musk told him that if I were you, I wouldn't work for me. And the guy, it took him 2 or 3 years to realize what Elon was saying, and it's when he took off on his own.
I think you talking about that brother. Was he at GM? Was he at GM or he was one of
yeah. GM. I thought you said Jeff. Yeah, he used to be at GM. He used to be
at GM. Yeah, I know you're talking about. Yep. Yeah. I know you're talking about. He's been around for a while. That's what I'm saying. Like the team he had, it wasn't like he ain't had no rookie ass team putting that shit together.
But I'm gonna tell you what I was always told. I was always told a great leader is a great delegator.
Of course.
If you put the proper team together and delegate, do this out.
That's a skill set.
That's what makes a great leader, you know, and being able to keep everybody together. Yeah.
Know how to motivate different personalities to get the job done. Shit, it's skill set. My thing about Elon is I like that he's a thinker. I'm not saying I agree with I don't even know if I agree with half the shit he comes up with sometimes, but I like the fact that he's just constantly trying to come up with shit. Same way I like the shit about Kanye. Like, yeah, he's fucking crazy sometimes, but it's like a crazy genius because the motherfucker never stopped thinking about shit. And he can be wrong 1,000 times, but if once he hits that one, it's gonna be some crazy shit. And that's why it's tight. We need people like that because that's not an average person that's going to sit there and just overthink all day. Wait, this. We'll try this. Maybe we'll go to Mars. Maybe we'll go to okay. And then, but one of those things is going to hit and it's going to take off. It's going to be the biggest thing. And he's like, cool. 1,000 more ideas that don't work until I get one more. Like, that's why. And then he is going to say, hey, here's my idea to see what you guys can do. Here's our idea to see what you can do. But I like that shit. I don't know. I get intrigued by people like that, bro, because that's like a crazy brain process.
Well, remember the only person you really had like that was Steve Jobs that really pushed the envelope with development. And Apple, if you look at Apple since he left that company, they have never developed on that level ever since he left. They tried to fire him at one point, because they felt like his ideas were too out there and they couldn't make any money on it. But then their stock, everything just diminished the popularity, so they brought him back for a little bit. Remember, the board stripped him of being CEO. Like, if you didn't watch any of those documentaries, that's what happened. But without him, they lacked all of the forward thinking that he has. Even now, if you look at their products, they're not coming out with no new shit all of the time. And Apple's got like a boatload of cash. They got billions of dollars in cash sitting on the books just to develop whatever they want to. But there's that lack of push forward because now it's in a structure and we just got to meet. You know, we're going to have some innovation. We'll put a little bit towards R&D, research and development, but we're not going to go crazy with it. As long as we make our quarterly statements, we beat those out. That's what it is. And they keep pace. That's why you have the iPod, the iPads, and you have the phones the way they are. You don't have that push forward. So there's only a few of those guys that come along every now and then. And what ends up happening once they get in those corporate structures, they get beat to hell. That's just what happened with them because it's about making money first. All that other stuff is kind of like in the forefront. Like right now, the only other company you have right now is Facebook, which is they're trying to lead the way in metaverse. And they changed the structure of the name. They're saying they're putting like, I think $18 billion or some crazy amount of money towards metaverse, which hasn't even been put online yet. And Zuckerberg has that kind of authority to do that. And that's the kind of foresight to do that. And he's been kind of inching up into that with that headset, which is ahead of when the internet has to get to a certain point for them to bring that up online. Now, will he be the primary? Who knows? I'm just saying the innovation of that, where you're willing to put that kind of capital and invest that kind of time in that, because you're investing resources, time, your namesake. That dude changed the whole fucking name of the company. It's not even Facebook anymore. It's Meta. It's Meta. That's the name of the fucking company. And that's some shit we don't even have yet.
Yeah, I mean, this shit's gonna get weirder and weirder. We're gonna be behind, bro. That's why it's up to the kids and be in tune with the kids, because the kids really gonna be running that shit, bro. Like all of our kids, by the time they hit our age, that technology gonna be like, we really are like in shape. Say we're gonna be real dinosaurs for real, bro.
Yeah, that's the reason why I took that
they
step.
Gonna come out some Iron Man shit soon, bro. So holographic, beep, beep, boop, boop, boop. And your homies come to your house, sit on your couch, do a hologram and shit. They gonna do some crazy shit. They got all these sex robots and shit. Watch, it's gonna be crazy, bro.
Oh, they already got, man. Max,
I know
you gotta
that.
look at
I'm saying, imagine 40 years from now, how common and perfected they will be. Like,
man, listen. Hey, Max, you ever seen that? You seen that robot that they have? I can't think of. Boston Dynamics has this robot where they have like this robot shooting, and he's out there and like standing outside outdoors, and it's these guys with like bats and shit, and it's like a person, looks like a person with the robot, and the robot's trying to shoot, and then somebody comes and hits the fucking robot. It hits him so hard it spins him off, but he don't shoot because he's not on the target, and he's trying to shoot again. They kick his legs off from under him. He don't shoot again because he's up under the target. Like it's actual artificial intelligence built into a robot where it's maneuvering around in the course and it's only shooting the designated targets that it has set up for it in a real life situation. And it's shooting, and they're not in any fear that the robot is going to shoot them. They're not in any fear that they're going to hit it and it's going to spin it, because they're hitting it so hard that it's spinning its torso around. They're not in any fear they're hitting it so hard it's spinning the torso around that's going to make a mistake and shoot them. So they've got artificial intelligence on a whole different level right now.
Yeah, then that iRobot shit
us.
Gonna happen, dog. Then that iRobot shit gonna happen. And it's gonna be over for us. It's gonna be
Terminator. It's
all
possible. Possible, Max. Possible.
Hey, you know what, Pittsburgh? I hope that shit happens, because when that shit happens, we're gonna see real quick how little race gotta do, and we gotta fight a whole fucking robot fucking army worth. We all gonna be proud Americans linked in arms. That shit crack off.
Hey, I don't like you right about that, because I don't like Ronald Reagan, but whenever he had that little speech back in the Gap and he said that if some aliens ever did land, he say, "Oh, that's gonna go out the window. It's gonna be Earth against everybody else. It's not gonna be a country, or it's gonna be Earth is against whatever."
Yeah, all that Russian shit.
That's kind of like what happened after 9/11, right? After 9/11, everyone was cool except for the Muslims and Arabs. Like the rest of America was linked up. You know what I'm saying? We was ready to squad with the motherfucking Bin Ladens out there. You feel me? Like everyone was proud of patriot Americans. Couldn't believe this happened. We was ready to rock. You know what I mean? But then it slowly started fading out after that. But
yeah, but 9/11, that's a whole nother. That's some other stuff, man. But like,
I'm
as
saying
far
when
as
that happened, it brought the
it.
country together, bro.
Listen, you ever seen Microsoft got these glasses? They look like goggles, like a headset. It look like one of those VR glasses. And this is probably like the third generation of those things that they actually sell commercially, where their soldiers can use them, and they put this headset on when they're actually in battle, and it gives them a map of the field that they're in. They're able to communicate with the people that are around them. They're able to see around shit. They're able to see all kind of shit. They can pull up schematics. They can talk to the home base. Like, they actually have a headset like that, and they've had it for a couple of years. It's from Microsoft. I think it's Halo. I want to say it's Halo. I could be wrong, but I want to say it's Halo. Like, they've got all kind of shit that people don't that they tell you about it. If you dig in the stocks long enough, they'll show you some of the shit they have, because they have to tell stuff to keep the investors happy. So they'll tell you little glimpses of things that they have to keep people invested in that shit. And Microsoft is another one that has a ton of money. They got a lot of money sitting on their books that they don't, just for R&D. Their budgets are fucking insane.
Fuck.
Octane say it's gonna turn into Ex Machina, huh? I'm reading the chat. Yeah, you're lying. And you're right, best pugilist. You said that he's our era's Thomas Edison. And that is the name of the company is Tesla, two best pugilists. One of the people that Edison gave the shaft to, like they say, was Tesla.
But you ever heard, did y'all ever read up on the real Tesla? Y'all see how the real Tesla, how they did them?
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, anybody who don't know about that story, you got to go look into the real Tesla and see a lot of his inventions that weren't going to make people money, what they did with them, how they destroyed that shit and hid it.
Yeah,
a lot of
wireless energy. That biggest one was that wireless energy. They wasn't with that at all.
Yep. Nope. Yeah. Well, they was till the bank. He got a loan from the bank, and once they figured out he was gonna get his shit for free, they came and snatched the money back. Like, oh hell no, you ain't doing that.
Yeah. And
remember, he died in the hotel. Crazy. At the end of his life, he died in the hotel. Supposedly, they called him crazy, but as soon as he died, they went in there and took everything that he had written down. Took all that shit up out of there.
Yeah, they did him real dirty. Yeah, they slowly did him to where, like you said, one of those brilliant people that died broke and sick and alone, And he was always sitting at the table with them, but they had been stealing from him, Like you said, when I started really checking it out, I was like, wow, Edison was the mug, boy. Like, for real. Yeah. So many things that he took credit for that he had no say-so in, yeah. Like they say with the AC and DC thing, with the whole killing the elephant and all that, yeah, that was wild, bro.
Yep. But he had a whole team for the light bulb. He had a real live team, like the first think tank put together and work group put together to build on the AC and DC. Tons of people. And none of them got any credit.
And it is depressing when you realize it's no, go ahead, because you was going in and out, Pittsburgh, but you good again, yeah.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, like, sometimes you got to look into stuff. And even now, when you look into things, you'll see, I give you a prime example. Right now, most websites outside of Google right now with YouTube, majority, it's not even close, are run off of AWS, which is the Amazon Web Service, right? So if you look at web services, Netflix uses AWS, Twitter, a lot of those big companies use AWS for their platform. And that simply means that you can go on any computer, as small as you want, or even your phone, and you can bring up resources, and you don't physically have to have servers and routers and switches. You don't physically have to have that stuff. Amazon has that stuff. And Amazon is so crazy with it. They'll tell you they give you 99.9% redundancy, where they take your information and they give it redundant over all these different servers, over all these different regions, right? Nobody knows where any of this stuff is. Some people think it's in the barges. They think it's over the sea where they got the shit on the barge, some fucking where, or they got it underground somewhere. Nobody fucking knows where any of this stuff is. But the majority of the internet is run off this stuff. And it's so simple of you just going on Amazon, making a website, and then you need resources. If you need more resources, it adds more resources automatically. If you need less, it reduces it, and it only bills you accordingly. So it takes away that burden. That's why a lot of these companies use it. So if you think about it, like they're number one, and the number two is so little beneath them. It's not even funny. But the problem is when you have that much authority, when you have that much power, it's like the old AT&T and Bell South, like they used to have back in the days, where it was always rumored that they had this secret room in AT&T or Bell South, where the CIA or whatever had this secret room where they used to copy everything. Guess they want to access any goddamn thing. They had a back door in there. So that's always the problem when you have that much of a lead and you have that much infrastructure on anything. To me.
And I've been recently helped build some data centers too. That was something to behold there. So yeah, I know what you're talking about when it comes to that. All the stuff that we had to do, the clearance we had to get and all that type of stuff like that. Yeah, just to be able to be in some of these places. Yeah, the clean rooms how we had to dress and all that just for these data centers. And these are big data. They changed whole cities too, because one of the cities that they built it, they gave them all kind of like tax breaks and improved the schools and everything just to put a data center into, in their town. So that was quite an experience when I did that one. Yeah. 93 says yeah, and is what you call it? He left? Oh, okay. I thought he must have left because he was asking who fighting this weekend. Izzy and Pereira are fighting as far as MMA, not boxing. I don't want Kyle to get on me because I know it's the boxing section.
Nah, we talk MMA on here. The fuck?
Yeah, but you know how Kyle is. But your boy in that fight this weekend.
Kyle opened the MMA, man. He coming over to the dark side. He liking some shit he's seen. So hey, this week that's this weekend. That's why I was asking. Was this weekend?
Yeah, because what you call it just asked 93 Octane just said that. Yep,
bro, that fight card is stacked.
Yeah, it is.
That is a stacked fucking card, man. You got Izzy and Pereira for the chip. You got Carlos Esparza and Zhang Wei Li, who's always a good.
Hello? Damn, did I drop off? Max?
Oh, we lost Max. You might not be able to get back on.
Yeah.
Did we lose him?
Yeah, I don't even see him up here yet.
93 Octane say you can tour that Amazon warehouse. Yeah, you can tour the warehouse, but you ain't gonna be able to get in no data center. I guarantee you that. They won't even let you know where the fuck they at. You can get an Amazon warehouse, you won't get an Amazon data center because they do a lot of government shit too. They got a certain side of that where there's a lot of government shit where they not even gonna let you. They not gonna let you in nowhere. They won't even let you know where they have any data center. It is not by purpose. It'll be an accident if you ever find one.
Yeah, because even when we were doing it, and one of the like I said, one of the data centers was for Google, and of course they hired everybody. They had everybody doing stuff, but then they even had like a different section of people that they hired to where they would go on the other side of a gate, type stuff. So even amongst us, they had different people, and I know what it was. You got to sign these NDAs, and you got to have all this background stuff go on. So yeah, that was something too, because if you didn't have a certain badge, you are not going in that direction. I don't care if you got guys that work for you over there. They didn't hire you. So that was real interesting to watch. And that was a union job. That's why when I think I first heard you a while back, I said that, yeah, this was a union job. And they do hiring union people. They weren't hiring, just your regular people, because they wanted, like you say, people that they know. So even that job was money being made because these people knew these people, It's not who you, like I say, it's who you know, not what you know. Because they had more qualified people. Even the guys on the job said that they were like, but we're here locally. They know us. My boss knows this person, and we all kind of got a job. I say, well, I can't say anything because I've gotten jobs like that too.
It works like that now. I mean, now look, they got I don't know if you heard of this device. They just came out with a device that's probably hit the internet really hard within the last month. It's called Flipper Zero. It looks like a little toy. It's about the size of a USB drive, and it has like a little knob with a green monochrome like screen on it. With that thing, they hacking Tesla cars, they hacking bank terminals, they hacking the screens on things, they hacking laptops, all kind of shit, man. It's insane. Wi-Fi signals, SQL injections, all kind of crap. And that's like some new era stuff where you used to have to go and have to be able to bang out all this code or use some complicated Linux program to do that shit. They've made a little device under $200 where you can do the shit now. I mean, the evolution of things are some of this stuff is kind of scary at the rate that they have this stuff, man. Where that device too, it'll clone your. You can put like if you put it on.
I'm losing everybody. You're going to have to repeat yourself, Pittsburgh. You're going out again.
Clone it right away, immediately. Get in cars. I mean, it's insane, like the rate at which data and information has been traveled and the way that they're doing this stuff now. It's insane how simplistic it is. Where it's not where you got to be like this. Used to have a certain. They used to always brag like you see these TV shows. You got to have a certain IQ to do this stuff. No, not no more. You ain't got to do that no more. That's not necessarily true. You know, you see the hacker dude, it was some guy from MIT or something. That's not necessarily true anymore.
Yeah.
Stuff
so that's like a fire stick on steroids or something?
It's actually worse.
Yeah, you know what I mean? That's the only thing I can give equivalent because when you said that in my mind, that's the first thing I thought was one of those little sticks. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, look it up. You'll see it. Look like a toy. It's called Flipper Zero. Look like a toy. It looks exactly like a toy, and it's got one knob on it, and it's got a monochrome, look like an Ericsson screen that you just flip it depending on what device you own, and it get right into it. Like not with a whole lot of thought. Yeah, it ain't that fucking complicated. They got some different stuff going on. They got that. Plus, they also have they got this website. I can't think of the name of the website where you can put images on there, and it'll find the person all their information on there immediately. Like anything that person ever have. You can even, let's say you upload a picture that you had hanging in your room that you never, ever, ever you put on the internet. It'll immediately figure out where your social media is and all that shit right off the muscle within a couple seconds. Like some of this stuff is really scary good, man. And that's only the stuff that we get our hands on. So imagine the stuff that's not accessible to us that they actually have.
Yeah, I'm looking at that Flipper Zero right now. Okay, I see what you're saying. It's like a little orange, and you're right. It looks like a toy. And they even says that in the advertisement. They say it's a portable multi-tool for pinsters and geeks in a toy-like body. It loves hacking digital stuff such as radio protocols, access control systems, hardware, and more. It's fully open source and customizable, so you can extend it in every way, in whatever way you like. And guess it's right here. Like, man, you ain't lying. I told you, learn something new every day. Man. Yeah, because the reason why I started even getting into social media is because it took years for me because everything, you know, if it doesn't serve a purpose, if it's not a tool for me, I'm not going to really fool with it. You know, I have my stuff for entertainment. You got to have a good time and all that. But I didn't just jump into a lot of the stuff because I understood what humans are. Everybody's like, look at me, look at me, look at me. That's why all these social media things are so big. Everybody wants to be popular, you know. But I didn't use it until recently, man. That's like because of my children. We sat and talked, and I didn't need it for business. I didn't need it for this and this and that. I probably ain't had a smartphone over a decade yet, you know. But I started understanding, like, when that ball started rolling, yeah, because we got old folks that grew up in the industrial age when they first started mechanizing everything, you know, and they were against the car and they were against the radio, they were against the TV. So I didn't want to be another one of those. But the one thing I was always concerned about is how you could just centralize all this information. You know what I'm saying, Pittsburgh? That was a big thing with me when I first started thinking about it, because I remember being on the Apple IIe Throwback computer way back. You know what I'm saying? And thinking about it then, like, man, they're going to have so much access to everything, you know, and then well, we have a problem now, privacy, you got to pay for your privacy now, you know?
Yep. Well, look at your card. Look at your debit cards. Those things are that technology is over 20 years old. They haven't changed that crap. They could change if they wanted to. At best, they put a chip in there, which is a micro SD. That's not really no doggone security. That's foolishness. Yeah. And they have no incentive to change it. They have it like that for a reason.
Mm-hmm. That technology I come on these platforms to talk to people. Like I say, they understand to do, because that right there, that flipper one, I'm gonna have to run that by some people I know.
You're speaking on that money, the digital money. You know how we sending money through these cell phones, Cash App, and etc. From what I understand and what I remember, that was spearheaded by a brother over in Africa, and over in some African countries, that's what they were doing way before we started doing that over here, transferring money through cell phones.
Yeah. And a lot of them, I remember they were saying something like that too. Yeah, you're right, because they were talking about how they had these different banks. It was a headache and it was a problem, and you were getting your money taken like up to 40%. Taken out of your money when you're transferring it. So you gotta, I do. Yeah, you sure right. Yeah, they were talking about that.
Yeah, but they didn't have no choice over there because their money, a lot of that money is depending on the country within Africa, is so unstable that the bank didn't want to take no hit. So they would overcharge people just so they didn't have a hit and the fluctuation in the day. So if your money was 5 to 1 a day, it might be 7 to 1 tomorrow. So they'll just charge you the 7 to 1 difference. That's off top, so they wouldn't lose no money because you're dealing with their currency. So that digital stuff, they started that way over there. That was the only way they could really have, because a lot of people would come to like America, they go to Europe and they be trying to send money home, and it was a problem. They be getting ripped off.
Yeah. I remember when I first set up PayPal, I was trying to do that because, it was the new little thing, and I was set up an account for my daughter. And then all of a sudden I got some notifications, man. They said they were getting ready to start shutting stuff down. And I'm like, what's up? Lady told me straight out, fraud. She said people are opening up different accounts at different places, dropping tens and thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars in, and then all of a sudden transferring, doing, stuff above my understanding. But I was like, oh, okay. So she said they had to do a whole revamping of their system. And then I remember when we went back and started using it again, it was completely different. I'm like, damn. So like you say, people are going to always find some kind of way to do something with some money, because this was like, they say what they were doing is taking children's accounts and moving money all around the world with PayPal and stuff like that, changing it into the, from Dutch marks into this and that. I was like, oh, okay. It's always somebody that's thinking about making money with their money though, bro. Because that one kind of threw me off. I thought it was going to be, you think everything's supposed to be so safe, it's cutting edge and all that type of stuff like that. And I was like, nah, somebody going to figure out some kind of way to make some money off of it. And they did with that one. That one kind of shook me a little bit. It didn't really affect us, but, just to know that there were people out there doing stuff like that. Now, I can't remember the full story of how she said it, but it was something along the lines of that. People just having a bunch of dummy accounts, and just stashing money off. So they had to actually go through with a fine-tooth comb and just start looking at everything. And certain things they couldn't do because laws are different in different countries. So I'm following y'all. I'm picking up what y'all putting down, man.
Well, I mean, now they try to do it, if I'm not mistaken, they try to do it with that two-factor authentication. But the problem and the barrier with that two-factor authentication is you log in, it sends a code either via text or via email. The barrier is going to be your phone, where that's the weakest point of entry is your actual phone. Well, the security just isn't there. People have weak logins. They're on public Wi-Fi's. They're on sites that they got no business being. Your phone is not like your computer. And that's where a lot of people do a lot of stuff that they shouldn't really be doing. And they're not really secure. So you always hear those stories of people getting taken off, getting taken over by that stuff. And as you can't undo it. They've tried to do some stuff to mitigate it, but it's only so much. You can't save people from themselves. Like you say, those hackers, they do what they call that social, what's the word I'm looking for? They hack you socially. They go and do all the research they can on you to try to figure out what would be your password with as much information as they can about you. And then before you know it, they're stealing your Instagram, they're stealing your Facebook, they're stealing your YouTube, and then they all in all this stuff. Because most people have the same password for every goddamn thing. They're not that sophisticated and they're not that deep. So once they got one, they got all. So if they got in that, they can get in everything. And then once they do that, they got your email. So once they log into the website and they send them the two-factor authentication, it's sending it to them. And you can't even get in the shit.
Yeah, 93 say it's called social engineering.
Social engineering, there you go.
Yeah,
that's what it's called. Exactly what it's called. He's absolutely right. Social engineering is a new thing. And it's just not, most people ain't that deep. They want to, like, I ain't that deep. Most people want to make themselves deeper than what they are. We just ain't that. We ain't that deep individuals.
Yeah, not me. I ain't gonna act like. Yeah, like I do understand that now. I never pretend to be that. But you are right. I had to tell my significant other that with some of the stuff that when I first got with it, I looked up some stuff. I'm like, man, this is the same from when I saw you 20 years ago. Like, you gotta do better than that, But people always want stuff to be easy. I'm like, yeah, but you might need to try to find some other way, do some kind of association with it till you remember. Of course, that's all been corrected, but yeah. Yeah, like you said, but for the sake of ease, people take a L. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna try to, because we had to reboot some stuff. I had folks that had some identity theft in my family. I didn't even know until recently, like you say, somebody can steal your Instagram. I'm like, so what exactly? What do they steal? You know, just to be able to get into your, because I'm still new to Instagram, so.
Well, I mean, it's two principles. Remember, like I said, it's two principles. One, most of them will get in there in this box. They'll get in there and they'll put like advertising, maybe get people in your contacts to go buy some crypto coin and send them some crypto coin or send them to a site. The other one, more sophisticated, they might figure out that password and figure out what other social sites you want to get into that. Maybe get in your bank account. Try to figure out if you put anything on there posting what bank account you are. You know, it's a lot of shit you can do with that to really take somebody down. If there was somebody with a little bit of means, it ain't that hard. It just ain't that difficult. That's why, you know, back in the days, well, even now you got that Kali Linux, which is Linux version of having all those hack tools already pre-installed in it. When you download that free software, it's got all that stuff in there already where you need to hack. You just need to know how to use that stuff and have some competency with Linux. That's why that Flipper Zero, that's a lot of that stuff you have to use with Kali Linux, which is a pretty sophisticated piece of software. It's just a little toy with some buttons, you just turn it. It ain't that ain't complicated at all. So
they lost you again, Pittsburgh. Hey, you breaking up, Pittsburgh. I don't think he can hear me.
Can you hear me now? Am I back? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Say that last part again.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, it's not as complicated to do a lot of the things. A lot of the stuff used to have to go on Kali Linux. I know you know about it. That's the free software from Linux that you download that has all those hacking tools on there. Now with tools like Flipper Zero, you don't have to really study that stuff no more. They make it a lot easier for you to get in and hack stuff up, man. It makes it a lot easier. So people got to be more cautious. Don't put one password for every goddamn thing you have. If you haven't changed your password in over a year, you might want to change it.
Yeah. You're right about that. Dog KP from KC said, did y'all see that affirmative action is about to be done away with? They've been kind of discussing that for a while. I've had guys walk up to me on the job, you know, like I said, outside my ethnic group, asking me questions about that and reparations. I'm like, boy, y'all are just too pretentious. Boy, y'all too comfortable with yourself. You really think you're that important where you could just come and ask me such a, you know what I mean? Like, how does that even affect your community? But now KP from KC, I hadn't really seen anything lately. Yeah, he's asking about that.
They got that black lady in there now. So they got the firepower. They got Clarence Thomas and they got that black lady in there. They got them two fools they need to get away with it now.
I guess not.
Supreme Court. What's the lady name that they just Katrina?
Science.
Katrina, whatever her name is.
Santos, you saying something?
Oh, my bad, man. Let me mute. My bad. I
thought he was saying I didn't want to cut him off.
Yeah, they got that Katrina lady, the new Supreme Court, and then they got Clarence. So they got pretty much the votes they need to get ready to do away with it at this point.
Yeah. No, I didn't know about that though.
That lady. What's the lady name that they just nominated? Katrina. What's her name? Can't think of her name.
But you are right. That's the other thing that they were saying. I love what was his name? Hassan Minhaj talked about it. He was like, people love watching Michael Jordan. They love our culture, but then when the Black Pizza Man comes up, they act like they're scared to answer the door while they in there watching The Last Dance. He said that's the weird thing about it, that people don't want to give us props on how everything was always attached to our civil rights. The moment they started giving us rights, then of course they said a lot of migrants can come over. There was a lot of gay rights, stuff like that. When he pointed that out, I thought that was pretty cool that somebody actually talks about that, because even in that way, you don't get a lot of credit. Anything that they normally do for us, they always attach something else onto it. So when KP said that it has benefited more white women, yeah, I know, because I've heard sisters talk about that, how some people slide up under that affirmative action like that. The people who's actually supposed to be helping, you'll sprinkle a little something on them, but it's more or less another door for other people to come through. Yeah. He said her name is Ketanji. Yeah, Ketanji.
Oh yeah, that's her. That's her. You look up that court case she had. I believe it was with Bowen, where they actually went into a settlement agreement before they came to a court, where the group of black people was suing. I want to say it was Bowen. I'm pretty sure it's Bowen or Lockheed. I'm pretty sure it's Bowen. And they had came into a settlement, and she came and it got before her court. She disrupted the settlement and said it wasn't fair to the company.
So somebody paying her, huh?
Yeah, these are the type of people you're dealing with. So you got to know who you're. So like when you say that they tried to get rid of it, they got the players. They got the players. Now if they actually do it or not, who knows? But they got the players on the court to do it. You got Kavanaugh that was recently done. You got Ketanji that's done, and you got Clarence Thomas. And then you got the other side of the Republican that met. I mean, it ain't far from the pale that they'll do it.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna jump off and let y'all have it, man. I really enjoyed this here. I know I came in on tail end of some fire, some race, but I was just trying to check in with the folks and see what was going on, man. So I'm gonna go ahead and jump off. It was nice rapping with you too, Pittsburgh. I mean, and in the future, because you rolling right now, huh? Didn't you say that you I'm wondering if it was that I talked to you and you place people in the union, is what I thought.
Yeah, I deal with deal with one of these big companies with that part of it too. Yeah.
Not to get in your personal business. It's just because I know normally guys that I've talked to on some of these jobs, the stewards is what they call them. They normally be good guys.
Yeah.
Man. They gotta watch out for people. I really do enjoy talking to the stewards, boy. I really do. Most of the time they be squared the hell away too. They pick the right people. On my last job that I was with, he was a nice man. He was a real nice man. And there was a bunch of racism on that job, but he and I had some good conversations, man, some real good conversations. He was a steward and was trying to give me the game because they wanted me to join the union, but I was like, I don't know right now, man, I know if it's some benefit. I'm always looking for my benefit, baby. I don't want to just be associated because it's cool. I want to see what it's paying. So.
Well, they kind of getting softer now because I'm going to let you say this and I'm going to get off too with you. It depends on your state. Like if it's a right to work state, like Florida, and there's a few other states that are right to work states. Even if you don't join the union, if you're on that job and it's a union job, the union got to rep you no matter what. So it weakens up the union because then there's no financial incentive for you to give out your money every time you get paid. Without the money, it gets weaker.
Yeah, I've heard them talk about that. They were saying that about the dudes, people not buying the book, people not showing up for meetings and all that. They were saying that big time. And I can really tell that it was that way because man, they were being like super disciplinary people. You know what I mean? Just super cutthroat. Like, hey, one and done type stuff. And I'm like, damn, you're not gonna, it's like get a guy a chance with it. He's like, nah, we're not playing with it. You come through, you do this, bop. If not, you gone. It's like, okay, all right then. So, like you said, it's not like it used to be. And, of course, there's always going to be that little tribalism thing going on because a lot of them that were out there, I saw that too, to be honest with you. Like you say, back to that who you know thing. I was hoping to maybe do one more job with him, but once I was there, I was like, I'm good. The money was decent and everything, but yeah. All the old guys that were there too, getting ready to retire, was saying it's not like it used to be. It's not like it used to be. They just kept saying that on the job.
I didn't been there. I didn't overstay my welcome in some of these parts of this stuff. Let's say that because I'm from the old guard. So I had them folks going against me. Like they'll set up some shit. They did some shit recently against me. So I'm getting it from all sides. You just got to know. Like I was telling Cal, you just got to know your character, man. Because they come at you from all different angles. It'll be the people who's supposed to be down for you. They get an opportunity. They gonna jug you in the back and do some roundabout shit.
Oh, yeah, that's why I said Pittsburgh. I got left standing a couple of times, boy. They got me heated. Was talking to me. I was going out there with them, boy. Then you turn around. Well, oh god, oh shit. Whoa. Ain't nobody there. And it wasn't even my problem in the first place. I thought I was just being helpful. You know what I'm saying? I guess they just wanted to complain. They didn't think I was gonna do nothing about it. What'd you say, Picasso? Look, Picasso done jumped off in here.
Picasso in here? You got in?
Yeah. Well, he in the chat. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I mean that's being a man in America. Period. It's a lonely place. Ain't nobody standing with you really. Because when you go to your jobs and you go to make money, which is where you spend a majority of your day, you of your own character and your own valor. Most people don't share what you share when you stand for something. Because they just there to make $1 and they'll step all over you to get somewhere, and they think that's how they got to do it. Unfortunately.
Yeah, they'll trust you, but you can't trust them. That's what I learned.
No.
They come looking for me. They know I try to be stand up, and it messed my money up. I've been, not doing well because, like I said, an honest man is not gonna make a lot of money, boy. I've learned that the hard way. Like I said, I'm not just trying to toot my own horn, but a lot of stuff I just don't be with. Anything that's unnecessary or extra. That's why I brought up ego and all that. A lot of guys just want to run something. Man, I'm not with that, man. I'm trying to get this money and go home. And most folks just want you to be down with them, even if it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Because I often have conversations like this on jobs when I get to talking to folks too, because they genuinely just want to have they don't want to feel threatened all the time. And that's what they tell me. They eventually come to me within the first year, whatever, and say, man, I know I can talk to you and this ain't going to go nowhere. I'm like, yeah, because I'm not trying to win. I'm not trying to beat nobody. I don't think that if I know this secret about you, I can come back around later and use it against you. And like, nah, that ain't how my mind works. I don't give it that much thought. I tell people, you're making yourself too important, bro. It's not that important to me. I don't want to see you be abused. If I can do something, I will. But I've learned from my mom too. I'm not gonna sacrifice mine. I'm just not. I've done that before when I was younger, trying to be, idealistic and righteous and be a God-fearing man. Yeah, it left me and mine hungry. So I'm not saying I won't help people, but that's just say I'm not as idealistic as I used to be, as now that I get older. Because that's a hurting feeling when I say you look around Pittsburgh and ain't nobody there. You like, wow.
Oh yeah, that's every day, man. That's every day. Look, when I get up tonight, I put my phone on do not disturb, and my phone literally rings 24 hours a day, and I'm very selective with who I talk to and who I deal with. You have to be very careful when it comes to your money and some of these Negroes, and it ain't people that don't look like you. It's some Negroes that set you up quicker than anything because you let your guard down. You let them in. And when you let your guard down, some of these people, man, they don't have no character. And they'll show you every time. You really got to know people before you let your guard down on people. And especially when you're talking about your money and how you make your money and people setting you up for foolishness, man. People do it to you all the time. It's not. Some of them I genuinely think that's how they think that the work society works is behind that kind of ignorant stuff that they do.
Like I said, I just don't even give it that much energy. And a couple of times I got caught slipping, but just like your mind don't work like that. You like, well, what sense does that even make to even, but it don't make sense. And mom told me that a bunch of times too, baby. Ain't nobody got to have a reason to hate you. They can just see you and dislike you. And they willing to change your whole livelihood on this job just because of how they feel. So I'm careful when I talk to people and they talk about their feelings a lot when I'm on jobs. That's one of my little red flags that I start. Of course, you're going to have to discuss certain things, but when you keep using that, like they say, after I determine what adjectives you use a lot, then I can pretty much tell your character after that. Man, if you are an insecure person, I try my best to steer clear of you. I'll speak and everything, but nah, if you easily to bruise, because those are the ones that be the most vicious and vindictive, man.
Yep.
I don't want to end on a negative note, Pittsburgh, but yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and jump off, man. I hope I get a chance to talk to you again in the future. And hey, man, everybody, I ain't dead to pound on. They say sometimes I come on there, I'll be too serious or something. You see, he called me the intellectual bully. I'm still trying to figure that one out, Pittsburgh, because I don't come on here and fight nobody.
You're patient. I mean, you ain't talking all that reckless nonsense. You patient. Patience is patient virtue, man. You patient. You'll get your point across. It'll be very direct. It'll be very cut through.
But I try to be respectful, and I don't try to, dance around the subject, but I just try my best to be respectful to people. Yeah. You say, y'all share info in the back chat, guys. Oh, okay. I know what you mean, KP. Yeah. Yeah. But no, like I say, like I always say, God willing, I'll be able to rap again, though, man. And you be careful. Whatever you said you was rolling, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm pushing down.
Yeah, because man, you sound like you rolling through some craziness, whether your phone or your computer or whatever you are on, man. It started, So where the hell you at?
And this is the easy part right here for me. The other part is the social part, and dealing with people is people complicated. Work is easy.
Yeah, I tell my wife this too, and she loves it. I say, baby, I've never had a problem with most of the jobs I was on. It's the people that I work with on that job. It's the problem.
Oh yeah.
Even if it was a hard job, it was hot, we was outside, it was cold or whatever, I knew what to expect. Well, it's going to be cold tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? So dress appropriately. But the stuff that got into your head was like, man, I wonder if this dude going to show up, or is he going to be hung over today, or are we going to have enough equipment for, stuff like that when people, Once I started getting more into leadership roles, though, people always kept telling me that. I say, the only reason why that I be halfway good at what I do, I tell them, is just because I give a fuck. Excuse my French, but that's what it is. And I say that a lot of times people know that when you were saying something earlier, they know I'm genuine and they know I'm not going to do nothing extra. I don't need to hurt your feelings. I don't need to let you know I'm in an authority. I'm in charge. I'm a manager. I've never been that type of person either. So I say that all the time when we get on jobs, when I get around people and all that. You can talk to me. I don't think that I'm holier than thou. You got to give the whole spiel when you get out there with some folks. And I said, I'm gonna never be the type to walk around with my chest out. Like, you see my bat, you see my hat. I got a white hard hat. Those type of people. I've never been that. Because this job ain't gonna make me no different than what I'm already. It's gonna increase my paper stacks, but it's not. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. What Picasso say? Y'all got what Picasso at? Picasso, you jumped on? Picasso trying to get in? Because Picasso, somebody else will have to let you on. I have no authority, sir.
Yeah, that's Kyle and DJ. Yeah, but that's most of these jobs. I mean, you just got to be careful sometimes because a lot of times you're in a silent competition. You don't even know you was in it. That's the bad part. When you're in a competition, anybody tell you in the competition, that's when you really got problems.
Yeah, because some people wanted me to care, and once they realized that I didn't care, they became more angry with me. Oh, you just so blasé about everything. I was like, so what exactly are we talking about? And when I make people explain themselves, that's when, like they say, you expose yourself. Yeah, Picasso say he in the back. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. We ain't. Yeah, Kyle and DJ probably sleep.
The Centos on here. I know Centos got some stroke too, though.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Picasso was trying to get on Cento.
No, I don't have any access to get him on. It's gonna be Cal or DJ.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna holler at y'all, man. Let me get off of here, man. I'm too old to be up like this.
All right, in shape.
All right now.
Take care, bro.
All right, brother.
Yeah.
Hey, you seen that stuff I sent you about the meditation?
Yeah. I got it today.
Yeah, you gotta check that dude out.
You sent me two things, you sent two on him.
Yeah, you're the same guy. It's a neuroscientist, Anthony. I think his name is Huberman. He break down like in science how they done got studies on that.
Yeah.
From meditation and relaxation to testosterone boosting ways.
Yeah.
You gotta check that brother out. He going in the deep and into a lot of that. He even got something on that that what they call that hyper stuff that they prescribing these kids all these pills for.
Hyper ADD or something.
Yeah, there you go. ADD. Yeah, he explained how that work and how they treat it. It's basically the opposite of what you think. A lot of people who have ADD, they basically, even if they don't unknowingly, they don't even know it, they crave like something to spike them, like caffeine or something like that, because it actually calms them down. And then they show you the signs of that stuff. And the neurons and all that. It's interesting stuff. You go pretty deep with it. You gotta take your time to listen to all that stuff right there.
Yeah, that second video you sent me, that was over 2 hours. I didn't give about 5 or 10 minutes of that, but the first one I checked it out.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff. Because when you go on YouTube, one good thing about YouTube, you see in the side they'll have other stuff that's related to it. It leads you down a pretty good course with all that stuff. But they got a lot of science backing all that stuff. Not that flat earth foolishness, some real stuff going on.
Yeah.
Some real stuff going on. Yeah, I was listening to them talk about that Bud card. They said them tickets not that expensive either, Centos, man. The tickets to go to Bud. The tickets to Bud, him fighting that no name dude. Them tickets ain't that expensive, man.
I hadn't looked them up yet this week, but I was going to look them up today because I want to go ahead and jump on. No, they shouldn't be expensive. I know the pay-per-view is only $39.95, So I figured the tickets should be pretty reasonable. But they were supposed to name the undercard this week. I thought today, Monday.
Oh,
but
they probably did. I seen Smoke posted something saying that the tickets, even now down at the bottom, was like $300, $400. They wasn't that crazy, but I mean, he ain't really fighting nobody either. So I mean, I wouldn't expect them to be asking for no $2,000 for them tickets. And it's in Nebraska, and where it's at during that time of year, it's got to be cold as all hell down there too, man.
Yeah, I'm probably still gonna go just out of support, man. See a good little fight. That'd be my cheapest way of seeing Bud fight, I think, as far as live.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
That's why I want to take advantage of it. But,
yeah. Hopefully it ain't too
looked up any funny tickets. I think it's gonna be reasonable. But
Should be that.
Yeah, I was gonna check today, but I had some stuff going on. I had to do an audit and all that stuff with my workers' comp agency, and had a few errands to run, so I didn't get around to it.
Yeah, it's paperwork. All that paperwork. Gotta have your paperwork for all that stuff right there.
But they work. They get to do their job real easy now. Little gal called me from her house. You know, she worked from home, and last time I had an audit, man, they come to me, man, did it physically. I got sent all this. I was half asleep when I talked to her too. I was kind of pissed off that she telling me she need this, need that, need this. I'm like, man, I'm trying to do all that work. You know what I'm saying? Last time a person came to me and did the work themselves. Once I turned the laptop over to them. But I went on, got right with her and sent it all to her, you know, get off my back. Because she's talking about do it at a later date. I said, no, this supposed to have been done last month. Don't get this over. I said, taking time out to do this. I need to get this over.
Man, you heard a new thing with some of these CEOs getting mad at people that sitting at home. They got more than one of them jobs where they sitting at home talking about they stealing because they working 2 jobs at the home. Some of these companies get mad and people that figured out the system and work more than one job.
Yeah, they don't have enough control over them. That's what that is. It's all about control.
No, man.
But yeah, some of them, a few of them are working for multiple companies. You can pay a lot of money to work from home. And if you can afford to do it, do it.
Do it, man. If you can do it, shoot. If you go look at the CEOs that's complaining about it, their ass got other little jobs and ventures they invested in while they trying to tell you how to do the shit. Get out of here.
Keep this. That's if they show up for work.
Oh, of course.
They might not show up in office, you know.
These jobs got to relax.
Tea time, might have a flight due, or it might just be chilling. Period.
Yeah, but people done figured it out now, man. They ain't beholden to these folks like they used to be, man.
Right.
You know, that's people don't like that. They don't like you having that many options like that. They want you to be stuck. Yeah. So it gives somebody an option, man.
Mm-hmm.
With the new gig economy, these people have figured it out, man. They ain't on that no more.
I mean, they want their office. They probably want the workplace space to look filled and complete. It's just some old school thinking of yesterday, you know.
Yeah, but you know what that is.
What you're supposed to be looking for is the fact that somebody's fulfilling the job and doing it, you know, to a high level. And as long as they're fulfilling the job, doing it to a high level, why should you care about where they at doing the job? Because they keep you from having to have to hire somebody else to do it yourself, keeping you from looking bad.
You know what they do too is they put all this stuff too on the people who work at home. They put all this tracking crap where they can see when the last time you hit a keystroke, when the last time.
Yeah. They've been doing that. Yeah.
Like, they be all over them people, man.
Yeah, you gotta move your mouse here so often, just act like you're active. Yeah, they check all that. They monitor all that.
Yeah, man, they be tripping, man. Some of these companies, man, they lost their damn mind, man, with some of this stuff these people got going on, man.
And some of these companies are making people sit there with their camera on the whole time.
Yeah, they do. They do. Mm-hmm. And you don't keep the camera on, they want to fire you. They be on craziness.
Mm-hmm.
So they be tripping, man. Like I said, the people who run the company, they ain't nowhere around, or they'll do like they did a lot of these big companies when they were laying people off. They got them going through fake training where they send you to a trainer right now for a month. You go book a hotel, get a flight. They even pay for the flight, send you over there for a month. And when you come back, they say, Santos, man, we got to let you go. You and 1,000 people. They get all y'all on the conference call and say, hey, all y'all fired. But if we can help you.
Let's go. That's some cool stuff there.
Hey, this shit here crazy, man. Shit bad, Santos out here, man. This shit rough out here, man.
Yeah. I think
shit
you're right.
Rough, shit rough.
It's hard out here for a pimp.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we get some good fights in the beginning half of this year, man. Since Bud like the last fight for the end of the year, we should. Hopefully we'll see what we end up with next year because we got quite a few people who ain't got nothing going on right now. They ain't announced that.
I think. Well, you know, I think things will be a little bit different because then you know some of these companies will have their new budgets and they'll be to put better fights on a little bit more aggressively for at least first 2 or 3 quarters of the year, and I think it has a lot to do with budgeting, projected budget for these companies. But other than that, I mean, I think we're looking forward to some good stuff coming ahead. We'll see how it works out.
You know, when they was just talking about this Fed talking on Thursday with CPI numbers, you're gonna see what he's saying. But every time he come out there talking, it ain't never good, man.
Who is this? The Feds?
Yeah, the Federal Reserve. Jay Powell. Well, they don't want to say the man's name because it's a black name, Jerome Powell. So they want to shorten the shit up, call him Jay Powell. He's speaking on Thursday on the CPI, the consumer CPI numbers. I think they do the PPI on Friday. The first I think it's the first Thursday or Friday of the month. That's when he come out with the monthly numbers. So that'll be this week. We'll see what they talking about, man.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot more about it. The company's gonna take a dump, take.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it ain't good because I don't like what Biden doing, but I ain't heard nobody say nothing better either. So that's the other part of that. It ain't good with the economy. Ain't hearing nobody offering nothing up that's gonna fix it.
I think people still gonna need auto parts and automotive body parts, so that's gonna keep me rolling. Fuel prices gonna be up. That keep me some money rolling in too.
But they made something like a month ago where if you make all your parts exclusively in China from America, you got to get some kind of exemption or something crazy, especially when it comes to semi-chips. You got to get some kind of exemption to be able to make chips over there in China and then bring shit over here or something crazy like that,
man. Yeah, that could affect some stuff right there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they doing some strange stuff, man. I don't necessarily understand or agree with the stuff they be doing, man. I be wondering who comes up with this shit, man.
I got a feeling they may not want to let what has happened here the past year plus because of COVID initially, where the cargo, the goods in general that are that's greatly consumed throughout the year. I don't think they want to let that stuff do what it did before. It let it sit at the ports and on the water and all that, and hold up on let it get out to the public. I think they're gonna go ahead and continue to get this stuff out to the public, so they can get it, so they can close on a fair note because I can make a lot of effects on not only the economics, but make some effects on a lot of business because trucking business depends on cargo. Of course, you and I both know that. there's several other businesses too that are going to need items that we deliver to them. I don't know how they're going to do. We'll see.
Yeah, they got to do something because it ain't looking good right now, Santos.
No, it ain't. I got a vote. I got a vote today, man. I didn't get the vote in the early vote. I dropped the ball, so I got a vote today. So what I got, I tell him get on back to the house. But man, I hadn't even really done my research like I need to. I might do a crash course at it.
You gotta do that mail in, Santos. You'd have had that like since last month, man. You'd have had the ballot at your house.
Yeah,
and you could have did your time to do it. And you could just, if you don't mail it in, they got like a ballot at most of those voting places where you can drop it in, like an official mailbox where you can drop the shit in.
Yeah.
But you get the ballot, you get it early. You get it like a month, couple weeks early, so you can sit there and go through each one. And you can look up those stupid ass amendments, man. They write them damn amendments. You got to be a damn attorney to understand what the hell them amendments mean, man. I don't know what the fuck them things be made.
Yeah. So I got a UPS mailbox.
Yeah, no, but they got official ballot for the official box for the ballots that you drop them in.
Okay.
They have one at the polls. They got one at the polls, and then you can put it in your regular mail. But as it get close to election time, you should be able to go to the polls as soon as it open up and drop it in. If you didn't mail it back.
Yeah, I was a day late, a dollar short.
Hey, as long as you doing it, that's all that's important.
Yeah.
That voting stuff interesting, man.
What's that now?
I say that voting stuff is interesting, man.
Yeah, it is. Wow stuff.
I always get amazed at the amendments they be putting on there when you don't even understand what they're
talking about.
And it's like a game when they put all that stuff in there that way for a reason.
It's like a game, and then what?
Nah, they write all those amendments in this crazy, weird way where you reading it and like you were trying to figure out what does this mean? Like it seems like you should be voting for it, and it really means you want to vote against it, and you don't even know what's what with some of those.
Right.
The way they word those amendments.
They try to trick you up. Yeah, they try to trick you up.
Game. Yeah, you got to be able to look that stuff up because it don't make no sense, and they spend all their time wording it in that way. There ain't no mistake. And we ain't no dumb people. You just don't know what the hell that shit mean. No idea what that means.
Right, exactly. They got all the legal jargon in there. And you got the words figure from one sentence to the next. They'll give you a whole lot of explanation. That's why they're doing something like that.
That comes from them think tanks. The think tanks where they sit back and figure out, like, because they sit there and reword that shit and play around with it and make it as confusing as damn possible. You don't know up and down with some of that stuff, man. That's a whole new game that these folks got going on. It's a lot of money being pushed around with the amendments too. Depending on which way you vote, it's a lot of resources being allocated towards that stuff. Yay or nay.
Yeah, I will cast a vote, man. I'll be what others want me to vote for them. I mean, what behalf others want me to vote within. I'm not afraid. Just got to get it there and vote with the win.
Yeah, we'll see, Santos. I think that presidential stuff gonna be interesting, man. This stuff ain't that hard. The presidential stuff gonna be interesting. We'll see
see who run and who don't run, and we'll see what's the web with that, man. I mean, I ain't excited about your boy getting back in that game, man. He go somewhere and sit down, man.
Yeah.
Biden, man. You need to go get him
Yeah.
apple juice
I
and
don't.
some crackers. Go sit down.
This need to be the one time they put somebody up against the incumbent. The incumbent.
Yeah, he got to go sit down, man. He need to go chill out, man. He need to stop getting these people who need to be retired as president, man. Trump was old as dirt. This dude older than Trump, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. It ain't working, man. And then they make you pick, man. We'll see who end up shaking out that tree on the other side, man. The Trump win again, and now he hadn't officially said he's running again yet. But if he run again, they better not put Biden up because he ain't got a chance in hell to ever win it.
Yep.
Because if I got to pick between Biden and Trump, man, I'm getting me a red hat, man. I'm sorry. It's going down.
Still, Charleston White, he's been wearing a Confederate skull cap lately.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't been watching some of his stuff. Once he got into that big argument with T.I. that didn't make no sense, man. You know, he do what he do, man. I can't watch too much of him, man. He take your emotions to too many different places, man. He's very entertaining, and some of the stuff he say I agree with, some of the stuff I don't, but he take you to some emotional places, man. You got to be in the mood for Charleston, man.
Right.
I don't even know why T.I., but T.I. been getting in dumb fights. Remember, he tried to fight Floyd Mayweather over his wife. He do dumb shit like that.
Yeah.
He's an emotional person. Like, and then when he do that, all that Mr. him talking so intelligent, all that shit go out the window. He don't talk like that no more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see something where somebody was telling me, they sent me something saying that Charleston was saying that he was calling everybody. Mr. He calling the mayor, he calling DJ Academic, he calling rappers, he calling all these people, telling them basically not to mess with him. Trying to rally people up under him when him and T.I. was beefing, which is stupid from the beginning anyway. I never understood that because that was his son, his grown adult son, all out of line with all his craziness.
Let it work. Yeah, I hate to wake you up. Yeah, I heard the Pittsburgh. Got my co-pilot with.
Oh yeah, you rolling now?
Am I driving?
Yeah, you rolling now, Santos? What you say?
Oh yeah. I've been rolling. Yeah. No doubt.
You say you got a co-pilot? You got a co-pilot?
Yeah, I got my co-pilot.
Oh, that's what's up, man. Hey, well, I'm gonna jump out here, man.
Co-pilot.
She up?
And she woke up to help me out. She thought I was ready to eat something, so grabbing something out the bag. Thank you, baby.
Let her help, man. Let help is always good, man. Let help is always good. Hey, well, since she up, man, I'm gonna hit you up later, man, on a regular line, man.
Okay. All right, bro.
Be safe, chat, man. Y'all good night, man. Y'all be safe, man. Be safe over there, Santos. I'll hit you up a little bit later.
Absolutely. Okay. All right, bet. All right, look like we're at a wind down state. Let's see. No, you good. Big Dog. Shout out to everybody. Picasso, Big Dog Willie, KP from KC. Yeah, that's probably the only ones that left. 93 octane. It's that high expensive octane. Dale 0015. My man Pugilist. C. Jones. Shout out to everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down myself. Jump off. And until next time, peace in the middle of the East. All right. That's what's up.